Hello friends, this is Chef Smita Dugar from the Food Boutique. Today we are making Duke's Gourmet Bars. To make these gourmet bars, we are using a variety of Duke's compounds. Duke's range of compounds include Duke's Dark Compound, Duke's Milk Compound and Duke's White Compound. It also includes Duke's colored and flavored compounds. Duke compounds have a good viscosity, stability, fluidity and workability with a good shine. These can be used to make a variety of cake garnishes, molded pralines, bars and for coating and enrobing. They are also ideal for making ganaches, glazes and dips. Along with the Duke's range of compounds, Duke's has an excellent range of flavored toppings and decoration. We have the butterscotch bits, biscuit bits, brownie bits, chocolate coated crispies and chocolate coated rice krispies. Duke's also has the chocolate pebbles, choco beans, sweetheart mini choco chips, sweetheart gems and colored rice krispies. The Duke's vermicelli range includes Fantasy Vermicelli, which has 5 colors, and chocolate vermicelli. We have melted the dark compound in a double boiler, and similarly you should melt all the compounds you want to make the Duke's Gourmet Bars. We have taken these acrylic molds to make our Duke's Gourmet Bars. Let me start by pouring the Duke's melted dark compound. We have poured the Duke's melted compounds into the molds. We have our Duke's topping and decoration. And now let us run our imagination wild and use all these toppings to make the wonderful Duke's Gourmet Bars. We had kept the molds in the fridge for half an hour and now we have taken them out and demolded the Duke's Gourmet Bars. These are looking so nice. These gourmet bars have been made by using Duke's compounds and decorations and toppings. I have given my special take on them, but you can totally give your own twist and make these wonderful bars.
Knorr cake and food decorating equipments. Stand out in the world of cake and chocolate art. Manufacturers and dealers of bakery and confectionery cake and food decorating equipments, tools and accessories. With over 60 years of experience in manufacturing, we have moved to retailing too. Manufacturers of more than 75 different patterns of various nozzles. Knorr icing nozzles are made from high-quality SS304 with collar rings or beading. They are manufactured with the utmost precision so as to give any decoration the clear outline of pattern which makes it into a work of distinction. Our newly renovated showroom is bursting with cake decorating tools, baking equipments and more, well equipped with just about everything you can imagine for making, baking and decorating cakes and food products.
Every house needs a strong foundation. I've teamed up with my former college tutor, Cecilia Young, to bring you over 25 years worth of knowledge and experience packed into this fantastic programme. Within these 8 individually assessed modules, we've covered the fundamental building blocks required to take your cake decorating skills to the next level. And that's not all. Each programme is accredited by FDQ, a leading UK organisation for the food industry. We look forward to welcoming you on the Cakeflix Master Programme.
Hi everyone, I'm Aditi Garware from Sweet Boutique by Aditi Pune. So I'm co-hosting this show with Megha, and today's host and host is me over here at your service. So please welcome to the Virtual Bake Show Day 2 by homebakers.co.in. And today's show is going to be filled with amazing demonstrations by amazing various artists. And this is your key to the step-by-step guide, and you can watch all the demonstrations right there sitting in the comfort of your home. And please do try out various techniques that you'll be learning today, and please tag homebakers.co.in. I wish you an amazing day lined up today, and enjoy, have fun guys, great learning. Hey guys, it's been a lovely day, right? Learning so many different techniques. So now next we have India's most sought after figurine expert, that's Parijat Bora. She is a beautiful artist and she runs her brand STC Homemade Creations. So she started baking at an early age of 9 and hasn't stopped since. She also has interest in art and craft. So both her passions together has helped her form her beautiful career in figurines. And also she has been awarded as India's top 10 cake artists for 2019 as per Cake Masters magazine, and also India's top 25 home bakers as per homebaker.co.in. She loves making these beautiful figurines and we love them too. So beautiful, so cute and so realistic. And don't your customers love it when you put those beautiful figurines on your cake? So let's learn the cute boy and girl fondant figurines from Parijat. Let's go.
Okay, so I'm starting off with the second figurine. So I have little blue fondant here. So just weigh it once. So this is around 25 gram. Then slowly I am making it like a sausage. If you see from side, it will look like this. So this is okay. So this is around 20. This is 5, 10, 12 centimeter around. Okay, approximately. So which I am going to fold it like this. Fine. And we have to be little, just because I am showing you now, I am going little slow, but then I will suggest that go a little faster because it's fondant and it has the tendency of drying up. Okay. So I'm doing like this, and here I'm just pressing it little bit. Can you see from side? Just check the side view. Then with the Dresden tool, with this side, I will do like this. Okay, and from here to here at around half, I'm doing this, and same part where we have this mark, turn it around, and in the front we will just pinch it little bit here, slightly, very slightly, and just mark it like this for knee. Put some marks here. So it looks like a pant, and we want this side to be flat, so we will chop off. So I'm keeping it like this. This is the back side. Okay, like this. Like this. Then there's a skewers, wooden skewers I'm using because toothpicks will be little shorter, because this we are going to insert in a dummy, or it will go which will go on the cake. So what I'm doing is, if you see, I'm not just pushing it like this, I'm rotating it and I'm letting it slide into the leg. So I'm trying to feel it here so that it's like this. Going inside this dummy, so we need at least around this much here, so you can keep it as long as you want, which will go into your cake. Then I have little red fondant which I am going to use for the shoe. Okay, so this piece is around 2.5 gram, and I'm making it like a drop shape. I'm placing it here, cutting it into half lengthwise. So we have these two pieces here, which is broad here and is narrower in here, and so we get two equal size also. Okay, and what we will do is, taking the blunt end, I'll just mark it like this. Like a sausage. And here, because it has shoe, what I'll do is little bit, this is the front side, okay? Right, this is back. We have this mark here and this is the back side. So here what we will do is, we will lift it a little bit, very slightly. We will give a lift here also. First I will give the edges little bit, sharpen the edges, and then I will give it a little lift like this. So from side view, can you see? The side view is like this. So I'm just giving it a lift here, and then I will use another skewer and poke hole here. Okay, so it will be easy for us to just slide it in. Like this. I'll apply slightly water, wipe off the excess. Then I'm using the dummy and then using the Dresden tool, what I am doing is just giving marks like this. Trying to make a smooth ball, and then slightly a sausage. First I need to check how much I need. Okay, It's almost like a rectangle piece. Like this. I'll just check first how much I would need here. Slightly less here. This fondant is so. Let me just tell you how much I have with me now. So this is around 9 gram. Okay. Try to bring all the rough edges together so that we have a nice smooth ball like this. Fine. No seam. So slowly I'll make it like a sausage. Fine. So this sausage, and then from here, you see, I'm flattening it a little bit. I'm trying to make this edge here and flatten this part. And if you check on the mat, it's around 3 centimeter this side and 2 centimeter this side. See from the side view once, this is little broader here. So first I will push it here and then I'll just try to CMC to this. I'm making a smooth ball like this. Then what I'm doing is using this tool, using this side, I'm giving support from the back side and holding the tool little in an angle, not like this straight, in an angle. I have put a indentation here. See. Then half. So this is my forehead and here I will have the chin. So so which will run from here to at least here. We have to be careful that it doesn't go beyond that. Okay. So I will apply little water. And again I'm rotating it and letting it go inside. I'm not just pushing it. Like this. Okay. And then what I'm doing is next okay. So I'm rolling it into a sausage. Just check the thickness. It is little less than a centimeter, the thickness. Okay, though in camera I think it is looking more like a centimeter, but it is slightly lesser than that, which I am cutting in an angle like this, and this pointed side goes here, it touches this part. So if you see, don't bother about this, we will cut it off later. The neck is quite long, I know. Just concentrate here, just concentrate only this part. I am going to make a small sausage, kind of a very thin sausage, snake you can say, rather than sausage, which is going to be very thin. And attach it here. This will cover the seam and it will also look like this, and then we can even mark it like this to make it look like a t-shirt rib. Like this, okay. Roll it, roll little. Okay, take a knife. So it has to come here, so it can be a little more short. Okay, first let me show you like this so that it will be easy to remember. So it's basically a rectangle piece, and this part I'm just going to cut it off like this. Like this. Then apply water here. Don't apply water here because we want that part to be loose. Um, 10.6. Yeah. This is around 3.2, 3.4 like that. So this to this piece. Then rolling it into sausage. Okay, so this is around 5 centimeter. Fine. So I'm cutting it in half now, and we will be getting 2 arms with this, and then I'm again making it little bit thinner. So the one side, suppose this is the flatter side, this part I'm going to use as the top part, like for the sleeve, and here we'll be having the hand. So this side will be little broader and this part will be little bit narrower. So I'm rolling it out. Just dust it a little bit with corn flour. So each one is now around the 3 centimeter. So if you notice, just see this part is little bit wide, broader than this thing. So now what I'm doing is I'm using another skewer, and at around, suppose this is half centimeter, from here to here around half centimeter, I'm marking it like this for the hand. Okay, and then in that mark, from that mark onwards, I will make it little narrow, so it will look like this. Okay, now this part I'm going to make it flatter. I'm going to see, if you see, I'm flattening it, at the same time I'm bringing it closer. I don't want a rounded one, instead I want a little bit oval shape. Fine. So I'm keeping both together here now, and this L shape, cutting off like this, and from this side like this. Fine. I am pressing it here a little more so that we get this curve here. And slowly we will roll and make the hand little bit more longer. So each arm is right now around 4 centimeter. And we will mark it here half. It's half is from here to here, it's half. And again like this. Then we will use little bit of yellow, make it soft, pliable, and then we will roll it. more like a oval shape. Then I'm cutting it into half. So don't bother about this part. Concentrate only on the straight side. I'm holding the hand like this, and whatever length you want, like it's up to you. So I'll be doing like this, and I'll put the seam, this joint, where it won't be seen, okay? So it's the back side I'm putting it. Taking a scissor, small scissor, I'm cutting off the excess like this. And this part I'll gather here. And along with the skin, I'm going to cut off little bit here so that we get in, like we can join it to the body. So I have cut little bit in an angle like this. Okay, same thing, only this straight side here. And gather all here, and insert. If you are not very comfortable cutting with scissor, then you can just chop it off with the knife also, like this. Okay, okay. See, if you want, you can put marks for fingers also. So it's all up to you. Just slightly, just a mark. We are not separating them. Then using a damp brush, I'm going to attach it here. This other hand, I want to have it folded. So what I am doing is, I'll first mark it a little bit like this, and then I will fold it like this and pinch it here little bit to give the elbow. So my hand, this hand is little bit bended now. Okay, just marking the fingers little bit. And attaching here. Let me just fix it and then I will show you. like this, but then I will just need to smooth it out a little bit. Okay, and here this hand will be holding a ice cream, this hand, this part. So what I'm doing is I'm just keeping my brush here and making it like this. So I'm taking little blue fondant now and roll it. And cut it in a strip. Then again the damp brush, I'm going across it and attach it, putting it this. So this will start. And then it will go like this, cross, and then see. And then another piece I'm taking and putting it here. Little bit like a waffle kind of color, and then and just shape it like a cone. Flatten this side. And again, using this tool, I'm going to like this. Okay. I'll take little bit of. Okay, so we have the cone like this now, and I have little bit of pink fondant, just a ball. Applying water here. like this. I'm applying water here, the hand also, behind the fingers like this. Putting a little cherry on it. And the ice cream is done like this. So this is done. We get this kind of tools. It's called a stitching tool. So if you have something like this, you can use to put marks which will look give a realistic look. Now this neck, I'm keeping about little more than half centimeter and then cutting off the excess. Five, 10, 12 centimeter. This is around 12, 13 gram. Adding okay. Then using a brush, half from this side. I hope it is clear. Like this half, I'm going below half. Okay. The forehead side, the bigger side is the forehead. So the forehead side, I'm just trying to smooth it out like this. Like this. Then what I'm doing is now I can use this side or I can even use this part. Okay, I think I'll use this because this is little smaller. So making two indentation for the eye. like this. Then take white, take little soft one. Okay, just damp that area. Just checked it. Make it in half. Okay. Just check first. It looks too big. It shouldn't be too bulgy also. But slight bulge makes it look little natural. Not natural, makes it look attractive. This just looking different. 1 second. Little more here. Okay, so I just wanted to show you a different technique than the baby girl. And then here what I am doing is I am using very little blue. Take a small piece, 2 small mustard size ball. Like this. Then I'll just take this knife. I'll first dust it and press it like this. I lost it. It's okay, we'll do another one. So take a small mustard size ball and press it. Okay, like this. Then again use just a damp brush and Okay, then again I'm using little black. So it's very important that you saw how I flattened the piece, blue piece with the knife, because I don't want it to just keep becoming bulgier and bulgier with each pieces attached. Then it will look like an alien. Then again, very small, tinier, smaller than the blue piece that I had taken. So two black. Dust it, otherwise it will stick to the knife, and flatten it. Okay, and again this one here. This was little bigger, so I'm just cutting it out. Like this. Okay, I'll use little bit of water like this. Then make a sausage like this. Okay, one side this side thin. This is just this part is I'm just holding it here, but this thin side we are using. Again I'll make this pointed and okay. I'll use little bit of white now. Apply water here, not water, just the damp brush. I'll take a pin, small piece. I'll use the pin only and attach it. Use the like this. Okay. Here to this face we will be adding very tiny nose. So just at the base of the eye here, okay, at this part. So it's going to be very tiny, like even small, like very tiny, just like a small mustard seed. Just this much. Like this. Okay. Then I'm using this tool and making it like this. Then using this pointed side of the Dresden tool, I'm going to make a line here and slightly lift the upper lip like this. Then use this side and push it inside and then do like this. Put a U mark here. Like this. Can use a very light pink and just mixing pink and red little bit. So we get this kind of shade. Make a drop shape like this. Make a mark like this and apply a little water here. It's quite long, so I'm just cutting it from this end. Cut this little more. And inserting the going to attach the ears now. So applying little water. Making a circle, half, flatten it, make a ball. Flatten it, cut it in half, and you can use it for each ear. Okay, making the eyebrows. Like this. I'm thinking of making giving a little bit of eyelash kind of, just to make it a little cuter. So now we need to do the head. Before that, I will just attach the head to the neck because that we haven't done. Okay, again taking, so taking little bit first. This has to be wide enough to cover the back side of the head. And making marks like this. Okay. Just damp the back side and place it here like this. And remove the, it's like this. I'll remove the excess now. On back side it got covered like this. So that much is enough for the back. The front looks like this now, and we will just add little bit of hair to the front and it will be done. So what I am doing is taking a piece like this, more like a triangular shape, making some cuts here. Okay, like this. And with the knife only, what I will do now, I'll go in this direction, not straight like this, okay. And put this marks here. Then first I will apply a little bit of water. I need to cover this part a little bit because it is not looking nice. I'm taking a small piece and attaching here. Like this. This side also. Like this. And now this I will place it here. Like this. And slowly squeeze it off, this part. Use little bit of fondant. Make both ends thin. Do like this. And just okay. Again I'm using little pink dust and light pink edible dust, and like this. I'm just dusting it slightly. Okay, so we are done.
Hello friends, this is Chef Smita Dugar from the Food Boutique, and today we are doing a Duke's Cake Decoration 101. Let us start by talking about Duke's compounds. Duke compounds have a good viscosity, stability and fluidity. They have got good workability and a wonderful shine which make it ideal for making cake decorations and garnishes. It is also very good for making ganaches. Duke's compounds are very good for making ganaches. So today we are making a ganache with Duke's dark compound. Duke's dark compound has a very rich, intense flavor and a dark cocoa color. I have taken equal parts of Duke's dark compound and cream. I have boiled the cream and now let me pour the cream. Keep on stirring till the ganache comes together and the Duke's dark compound melts inside the cream. I have taken some melted Duke's dark compound which I'll pour on a OHP sheet and spread out. This is done. This is semi-set and let us cut out some shape by using these cutters. We have made our decorations. Look, they are looking so shiny and nice. Now I have also ganached my cake and now I am ready to apply my decorations to the cake. We have some Duke's dark biscuits and some Duke's dark choco rolls which we are using to garnish this ganached cake. I have added so many shapes of garnishes on the cake. I have made some garnishes out of Duke's dark compound. I have made a circular cut, a hexagonal, a triangle, and now I am using these Duke's sweethearts to add some color and also some Duke's choco beans. I am pouring some Duke's caramel sauce on top of the cake and spreading it around. I am putting some Duke's brownie bits on the edge of the cake. I have added some garnishes at the bottom of the cake and now let us add some at the top. I am also adding some Duke's 8mm chocolate crisps. So we have decorated this cake so beautifully and easily by using Duke's products. We have used Duke's dark compound to make the ganache, Duke's milk compound for the garnishes. We have used Duke's caramel sauce on top of the cake. These are Duke's brownie bits and Duke's 8mm crispies.
Knorr cake and food decorating equipments. Stand out in the world of cake and chocolate art. Manufacturers and dealers of bakery and confectionery cake and food decorating equipments, tools and accessories. With over 60 years of experience in manufacturing, we have moved to retailing too. Manufacturers of more than 75 different patterns of various nozzles. Knorr icing nozzles are made from high-quality SS304 with collar rings or beading. They are manufactured with the utmost precision so as to give any decoration the clear outline of pattern which makes it into a work of distinction. Our newly renovated showroom is bursting with cake decorating tools, baking equipments and more, well equipped with just about everything you can imagine for making, baking and decorating cakes and food products.
recently I found out a new platform, the Home Bakers platform. They've started hosting online classes by different tutors, and so if you're looking out for online classes, then definitely go on that platform and choose your topic or the class that you're looking for. If you're a tutor, you can definitely go and register your class over there for a wider audience. So do check out the platform. It's seamless and it's amazing.
Hi everyone, my name is Chef Dean Rodriguez and I work as a pastry chef with the Academy of Pastry Arts India. Today I'm going to show you a fabulous recipe of a decadent chocolate cake. I hope you enjoy it and I hope you try it at home. It's really simple and super healthy. This recipe I've divided into three parts. So we have a sponge, we have a ganache and we've got a granola. Okay, so for starters we're going to make the sponge first. For the sponge, I'll quickly take you through the ingredients and then we can start making the recipe. For the sponge, we have a few ingredients weighed already. So over here we have flour, cocoa powder, baking soda, we have some sugar, some salt, and in this container we've got oil, we've got water, and apple cider vinegar. If you do not have apple cider vinegar, you can use any vinegar possible. Okay, so we've already sifted the flour and the cocoa powder. Make sure you mix it all together well. And then we can add the salt to this. And ensure that everything is mixed properly. To this mixture, we'll also add the sugar. So basically, all your dry ingredients are mixed together. Okay, give it a nice mix. And now we'll add the oil and the water. Okay, so make sure your batter is nice and smooth. I've shifted to using a whisk. If you think the particles are too big, then you can move to a whisk. Okay, so we'll pour the batter into a frame. You can use any mold that you have at home. I'm going to make this cake into rectangular shapes and I'm going to show you how to commercially sell them also. But if you have any other ring, you can use that. If you have a container, you can use that too. You can use a spatula to lightly spread the mixture. Make sure that the cake mixture is about half an inch thick. Okay, and it's even throughout. Okay, you don't want pieces of sponge that are not baked or not evenly baked throughout. So now we bake the cake at 170 degrees for about 8 minutes. So for the chocolate ganache, we're going to use dark chocolate over here. We have milk and cream in the same container and we have some butter. We've used unsalted butter, but if you have salted butter also is fine. It's just that it's going to add a little more salted flavor to your recipe. Start with heating the cream and milk together. Once this is heated, we'll add it to the chocolate. The cream and milk is heated together. Just add it to the chocolate and let it beat. Don't try to stir the chocolate at this moment because if you try to stir it, it'll start splitting because the fats are very different. Don't mix the chocolate and the milk at this point. You can allow it to sit for a while and then you mix it so that the temperatures of both the chocolate and the milk is the same. Okay. So once the chocolate and the milk mixture is of the same temperature, that is when you can mix it and you'll get a very creamy ganache. To this we'll add some butter so that it becomes a little rich in terms of flavor. Once the ganache is done, we've kept it in the chiller so that it solidifies a little bit. This is a sponge out of the oven. We've just flattened it a little bit so that it's even. Now we'll head on to make the granola. For the granola, you have to heat the honey in the microwave for about 30 seconds. We've taken honey and a mixture of nuts and dry fruits. So we've taken pecan nuts, pistachios, apricots, linseeds, sunflower seeds, hazelnuts. You can use whatever you want or whatever is available. Okay, you just have to heat the honey mixture and add it to the dry fruits. You've mixed the honey with the dry fruits. Make sure you put it on a sill pad, or you can also put it on a parchment paper, and you bake it at 170 degrees for about 5 to 6 minutes. We've got all the components ready. You can see the granola, it's really nice and crisp. We've got the sponge also ready. I've kept it in the chiller for a while so that it combines properly, and the ganache over here is also pretty thick. As you can see, I've kept this also in the chiller for some time. Ready? So we're going to just apply some amount of the ganache on the cake and make sure it's layered well. Okay, now this has to be very little, just a thin layer. If the sponge is chilled, it's even better because the ganache starts to crystallize really fast. Alright, so very important is that you measure the sponge. Once you measure it, you divide it into 4 to 5 parts. How many ever layers you want, you can divide your sponge into that many layers. So once you divide it into even layers, we'll place one on top of the other, just like that. Make sure you place them evenly, so you're going to avoid a lot of wastage that way. Okay, and what you'll get is a nice layered sponge. Alright, once the sponge is out of the chiller, you have to cut it into desirable shapes. Okay, so we're going to cut it into rectangles over here. Ready? Okay, so you just ensure that the sponge is cut well and smooth. Right. That's it. All the leftover ganache, we can pipe it on the cake itself. So we're going to give it one small little design here. Once your cake is nice and chilled, ensure that you put it on a wire rack. This is the best I had, so I'm using this. Put a tray at the bottom of the wire rack and use a cling wrap so that whatever remaining ganache you have, you don't waste it and you can use it again. This is the ganache that we had from the recipe still remaining, so I've just heated it and I'm going to pour it on the cake. We're going to use the granola to garnish the cake. So whatever rough pieces that you have of the granola, make sure you put it on top of the cake. Now these could be random pieces. Don't make sure they look as rustic as possible, like this cake. Okay, and we're going to add some chopped pistachio. Just to add in that green color a little bit. To this, I've also got some star anise with a little bit of gold on it. So I'm going to add that to the center. Got some rose petals just to beautify it a little bit. And I've got some dehydrated raspberry. So I'm going to use that too. Okay, so that is it, our decadent chocolate cake with a little bit of healthy twist to it. I hope you liked it. I hope you're going to try it. And if you have any problem making it, you can always message and I'll be happy to answer all your queries. Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chef Smita Dugar from the Food Boutique, and today we are doing a Duke's Cake Decoration 101. Duke's has a whole range of decorations and toppings which you can use to decorate your cake so beautifully and easily. I'm just showing you a little demonstration on how to decorate with the various products which Duke's have. I have used the Duke's Rice Krispies over here to give an edge. These are 8mm Rice Krispies. This is known as Duke's Sweetheart Mini Choco Chips. These are Duke's Choco Beans. These are known as Duke's Rice Krispies. This is Duke's Chocolate Covered Rice Krispies. These are the Duke's Wonderful Pebbles, which give such a beautiful finish. See? You can use Duke's Butterscotch Bits to give a contrasting color, decoration as well as flavor to your cake. Duke's has a whole range of flavored choco chips which are also colored. This is Strawberry Choco Chips. Again, wonderful to use as a decoration as well as a flavoring to the cake. We have Mango Choco Chips, Pineapple Choco Chips, as well as orange choco chips. A regular range of Duke's dark choco chips and milk choco chips are also there. This is the range of Duke's Fantasy Vermicelli having 5 colors, which is so colorful and vibrant on a cake. Duke's also has a Choco Vermicelli, which looks so pretty. Just as an artist has its own color palettes, Duke's has an entire color palette of toppings and decorations for you to choose from and become your own artist and decorate the cake any way you please.
Knorr cake and food decorating equipments. Stand out in the world of cake and chocolate art. Manufacturers and dealers of bakery and confectionery cake and food decorating equipments, tools and accessories. With over 60 years of experience in manufacturing, we have moved to retailing too. Manufacturers of more than 75 different patterns of various nozzles. Knorr icing nozzles are made from high-quality SS304 with collar rings or beading. They are manufactured with the utmost precision so as to give any decoration the clear outline of pattern which makes it into a work of distinction. Our newly renovated showroom is bursting with cake decorating tools, baking equipments and more, well equipped with just about everything you can imagine for making, baking and decorating cakes and food products.
I found out a new platform, the Home Bakers platform. They've started hosting online classes by different tutors, and so if you're looking out for online classes, then definitely go on that platform and choose your topic or the class that you're looking for. If you're a tutor, you can definitely go and register your class over there for a wider audience. So do check out the platform. It's seamless and it's amazing.
What an amazing session it was, isn't it? Let's move forward to our next session. Our next session is about hand painting cherry blossoms on a fondant cake by Anjali Tambade. Anjali Tambade from Global Cake Toppers is an internationally acclaimed cake artist. She's based in Ireland. She is the winner of Cake International Birmingham 2016 and 2 times winner of Irish Sugarcraft Show Dublin. In this session, you will learn what brushes, paints and equipments to use. Freehand drawing the flowers on the cake, hand painting cherry blossoms, shading and blending colors, use of cocoa butter and its proportions. So let's get started.
Hello everyone, my name is Anjali Tambade from Global Cake Toppers. Hope you all are keeping well and safe. Today I'll be teaching you one of my secret techniques and how to paint on cakes using cocoa butter. So without any further delay, let's get started. Okay, so as you can see, this is a dummy cake that I have covered with fondant. And the base is also covered with fondant. I have some painting brushes. You can use any painting brushes that you have. There is nothing specific. I have a pen to write on cakes. If you don't have a pen, you can even use a simple pencil. When you're drawing on cakes, you have to be very careful that you don't use a normal pencil because it has lead. And if you draw using lead, obviously, you know it's not good for health. So I wouldn't recommend you drawing using normal pencils. If it's a practice cake, you can use your pencils. If you're not sure how you would draw on cakes using a pen, and if you go wrong with something, you can always use baby wipes to wipe your cakes and erase whatever you have drawn on your cakes. I have cocoa butter here. I have some colors here. Any brand will do. There is no reason that you can't use a particular brand or something, because I feel every brand has some good colors with them. At the moment, I'm using Fractal, and it's lime green, red, yellow, white, and pink. And this is, I think, by Sugar Flare. So whichever colors you like, you could use them. This is just an ordinary candle holder that I have. And this is a metal palette that I'm going to use. If you don't have a metal palette, you could use any dish or plate that you have. Even a glass dish would do. So the reason my candle holder has holes is because I'm going to keep my plate over it, and obviously if I don't have holes there, the candle would not keep burning. So this is how I'm going to get started. I need few colors. We're going to do cherry blossom today, and I'll show you how you could draw them freehand on your cakes. So Meanwhile, just let's get our colors ready. I'm taking some white. Some green. Yellow. Tiny bit of red there. And a small pinch of brown. So you can see the amount of colors that we need is really, really small. Some pink here. I'm using tiny bits of cocoa butter. So just pop. You can see the proportions. It's a teeny tiny granule. The intensity of the dust with cocoa butter will depend on how dark and light you want your colors to reflect on your cakes. Okay. Let this melt. Meanwhile, I'll show you how you have to draw your flowers. Okay. So I'll show you using my pencil. Just the basic outlines. And I'm also going to show you how to use your pens. So it does exactly the same thing. But these pens are edible. So I would recommend using a pen rather than a pencil. Then you draw a circle this way. And let's draw a small bud here. And flower that's behind this. Okay, maybe another bud here. And one tiny bud here. Now let's draw a few leaves. If you're not comfortable using pens and pencils directly on cake and you prefer transferring through your tracing papers, you could do that too. But this way you could even paint on your buttercream cakes. You can see this pen has a thicker tip here, like a sketch pen. So if you want to draw on buttercream cakes, you would freeze your cakes and use the thicker tip of your pen to draw. Okay, so let's get started with this. I just kept a wipe here because I need to constantly wipe my brush. You could keep a rough cloth or any old t-shirt that you would have to wipe your brushes there. Okay, so you all can see my cake and my palette. As you can see, the cocoa butter has melted and the colors sort of look intense at the moment. So you're going to mix and check if the thickness is right for you. It should not be too watery, neither should it be too thick. Okay, that's my white. I'm going to take a tiny bit of white into my pink here. Okay, and once again, I'll take a tiny bit of this pink to make light pink. So now I have my light pink, dark pink, and white. To start with, I'm going to use light pink and with some white and blend it. Take some dark pink. You can see the colors blend really well with cocoa butter. And the best thing is it doesn't dry out so quickly while you are painting. It's sort of painting with oil colors. Same thing with the other pattern. and then blend it. You can even use a thicker brush for blending if you're comfortable using thicker brushes or flat brushes. I'm just using an ordinary round brush here. The number for this brush is number 3. And this time I'm going to take a few lines in the center with my dark pink and then my light pink. And blend it with my white. When you're painting with cocoa butter, you could leave your painting, go for a short break and come back. And as long as that candle is burning there, the paints are going to remain as they are. So you can just go for a quick break, come back, and then paint again. That's what I would do when I'm painting huge cakes. Now I'm taking the darkest pink in the center. Just getting a few highlights. And blending it. Lines here. When I'm painting, I'm not resting my hand on the cake here, because if I do so, it's going to have a dent in my cake, as well as it's going to melt my cake. My hand touches the cake, but it doesn't rest on the cake. So you have to be very careful when you're painting the top of the cake. If you're not comfortable painting this way, you could slightly tilt it, but I would never recommend you keeping your hands on the cake. Okay, I'm using a thin brush here and my red. Leave tiny dots in the center. And same thing for brown. This way. I'm taking a tiny bit of white there. Okay, so once again, let's do this flower here. If you see, I'm going over my drawn lines so that they can't be seen once your flowers are painted. Take time that pink. If you can't find cocoa butter at this stage, or if you don't have cocoa butter, you could try using any ordinary white butter that you have and melt it the same way. Wipe your brush, use your dark pink. When you're painting, you have to make sure you're not doing exactly the same thing on all your petals so that they look natural. I would go darker on some petals and lighter on the others, or vice versa. Painting the tips in pink and this in white. And blending it. Okay, then taking your red and adding tiny dots on the sides, then doing the same thing with your brown. Okay. Let's do this flower that's behind the pink flower. If you want to do practice sessions before you directly do it on a cake, I would recommend you rolling out some fondant on a baseboard and drawing out some simple and easy things. Maybe a small cartoon or just normal shapes so that you know how you paint in those shapes and practice your painting before you actually start painting on cakes. Okay. This kitchen towel is really handy when you're wiping your brushes. If you feel whatever you've painted is too dark, leave it to set for some time and just go. Again, using your dark pink there, go on the outer edge. And blend it. This way. Then I go with dark pink here. Taking some light pink. Some sort of outlining it with the light pink here. If you're not fast enough when you're painting, don't outline all the petals at the just paint in them. Or you could even give your kids to bake their cakes. Maybe tiny cupcakes to start with, which they would enjoy doing. Okay, I took some dark pink there. Take some dark pink in the center. Wipe your brush and just dab it so that you're blending it. Take your thin brush again, your red, and some dots there. Same thing with your brown. Okay, so now let's do our buds. Taking tiny bit of white there. And your light pink. Just on one side. Then your dark pink over it. This way. Let's do the other bud. Okay, so we take some green here. And I'm going to mix and make light green here with my white. This way. Okay. So I start with my light green. I take the white that's on my side there. This way. Whatever white is left on my brush, I don't want to waste it. So I'm just putting that white here. Wiping your brush. Wiping your brush is really important because otherwise you're left with too much of color that goes on to your cake, that particular thing that you're painting, and then you'll end up using more and more color to blend it. So I would always recommend you to wipe your brush when you're doing that, to avoid that excessive paint going on to your cake. This way. And my yellow. Colors to get a new color. Once again, blend it with yellow. Yes, I get a lot of inquiries asking if you could blend two different brands. Yes, you can obviously blend two different brands, but make sure you are using dust. You can't blend gels with dust. So if you have two different brands of dust, yes, you can definitely mix two different brands of dust together. And I would do that to get a new color. Okay, now let's quickly clean up our thinner brush here, which has some red in it. So this is how you would clean it, using just the cocoa butter. Okay, my green. This way you would go with the dark green here. And a tiny amount of yellow. Blend it. Same thing. If in case you smudge something when you're painting and you accidentally keep your hand on to the painting that you're doing, don't panic. Just use your cocoa butter, plain melted cocoa butter. Take it in a brush and lightly with your cotton bud or a normal brush, just start wiping whatever went wrong there. And that should remove your color. Because sometimes when you're using darker colors like blacks and browns, and you accidentally tend to smudge them, you want to get rid of them without spoiling whatever drawing, painting you've done. Okay, this is our last part here. And you take some yellow there, blend it. This way. Okay, so now I want to highlight this. The way I'm going to do is using a flat brush. So I'm going to take this light green here. You could use any color if you want. A sky blue, perhaps, like you could go with sky blue, but I would prefer green here. So I'm going to take green and start dabbing with my brush. Taking some dark green. I'm not going closer to my painting at this stage. I'm just dabbing, taking some yellow as I move out and dabbing. Now I wipe my brush and then dab close to my flats. This way. So you could go a little darker. If you want, you can go lighter. I'm going to go lighter now. And just dab it. Okay. So this is how you would paint your cake using cocoa butter. I hope you all liked it and I'm going to practice this. Okay. Okay, so you all learned how to paint your cakes using cocoa butter with me, and I hope you all enjoyed it. Please do share your photos when you paint. I would definitely love to see what you've painted and what you've learned with this session of mine. So keep painting and enjoy your caking. Bye, take care.
Hello friends, this is Chef Smita Dugar from the Food Boutique, and today we are doing a Duke's Cake Decoration 101. Let us start by talking about Duke's compounds. Duke compounds have a good viscosity, stability and fluidity. They have got good workability and a wonderful shine which make it ideal for making cake decorations and garnishes. It is also very good for making ganaches. Duke's compounds are very good for making ganaches. So today we are making a ganache with Duke's dark compound. Duke's dark compound has a very rich, intense flavor and a dark cocoa color. I have taken equal parts of Duke's dark compound and cream. I have boiled the cream and now let me pour the cream. Keep on stirring till the ganache comes together and the Duke's dark compound melts inside the cream. I have taken some melted Duke's dark compound which I'll pour on a OHP sheet and spread out. This is done. This is semi-set and let us cut out some shape by using these cutters. We have made our decorations. Look, they are looking so shiny and nice. Now I have also ganached my cake and now I am ready to apply my decorations to the cake. We have some Duke's dark biscuits and some Duke's dark choco rolls which we are using to garnish this ganached cake. I have added so many shapes of garnishes on the cake. I have made some garnishes out of Duke's dark compound, I've made a circular cut, a hexagonal, a triangle, and now I'm using these Duke's Sweethearts to add some color and also some Duke's Choco Beans. I'm pouring some Duke's caramel sauce on top of the cake and spreading it around. I'm putting some Duke's brownie bits on the edge of the cake. I've added some garnishes at the bottom of the cake, and now let us add some at the top. I'm also adding some Duke's 8mm chocolate crisps. So we have decorated this cake so beautifully and easily by using Duke's products. We have used Duke's dark compound to make the ganache, Duke's milk compound for the garnishes. We have used Duke's caramel sauce on top of the cake. These are Duke's brownie bits and Duke's 8mm Crispies.
nor cake and food decorating equipments. Stand out in the world of cake and chocolate art. Manufacturers and dealers of bakery and confectionery cake and food decorating equipments, tools and accessories. With over 60 years of experience in manufacturing, we have moved to retailing too. Manufacturers of more than 75 different patterns of various nozzles. Knorr icing nozzles are made from high-quality SS304 with collar rings or beading. They are manufactured with the utmost precision so as to give any decoration the clear outline of pattern which makes it into a work of distinction. Our newly renovated showroom is bursting with cake decorating tools, baking equipments and more, well equipped with just about everything you can imagine for making, baking and decorating cakes and food products.
Every house needs a strong foundation. I've I've teamed up with my former college tutor, Cecilia Young, to bring you over 25 years worth of knowledge and experience packed into this fantastic programme. Within these 8 individually assessed modules, we've covered the fundamental building blocks required to take your cake decorating skills to the next level. And that's not all. Each programme is accredited by FDQ, a leading UK organisation for the food industry. We look forward to welcoming you on the Cakeflix Master Programme.
We Indians love cream cakes, don't we? Can't deny the fact. We all love cream cakes. So our next masterclass is by Urvi Zaveri of Urvi's Creamy Creations. She's going to show us how to create and decorate a sharp-edged double-barrel cream cake. A tall cream cake. Well, Urvi Zaveri is a passionate soul from Vadodara. She was a teacher by profession and now a cake artist by passion. She's been featured in popular publications like Cake Masters International, Incredible India, Bakers in Print, Fond Bites Magazine and Sugar Magazine. Her many work have won the Editor's Choice Award on Cake Decor. So let's start with her class.
Hi, my name is Urvi Zaveri from Urvi's Creamy Creations, and today I'm going to show you sharp edges on a square double barrel cake. So let's get started. I'm working with a 5-inch cake, right? And I have kept a baseboard beneath it for my perfection, getting the perfection of the sharp edges. So as it's a double barrel cake, this is actually really important to have a base beneath it, right? Spraying it with some water so it remains moist inside, and here's my whipped cream. Just before starting, I'm mixing everything again so that it does not be does not be so dry to use. Take a nice dollop of it and start layering your cake. So try to reach out to the corners as well, because there's the where that is the main area where it goes on the downside, right? Putting my second layer, again spraying in some water. You can even use sugar syrup. I don't want it to be too sweet, so I'm just using plain water. Try to meet around with all the edges. Okay, so here is my fourth layer, right? Press it firmly down so that everything sticks together. Okay. So now what I'll do is I'll scrape off the cream from all the sides this way and give a light crumb coat as well, moving around. So after my fourth layer is gone up, I'll again spray it with some water and use some cream again. As it's a double barrel cake, we cannot still keep on building our layers to layers. What we need is a support which will be fixed first in the center halfway through, and thereafter we'll place our rest of the layers, right? So I'll just use some bubble straws or any kind of thick straws to place it in the four corners, and then a center dowel at the end. So now what I'll do is, after pushing the bubble straws inside the four layers, I'll place a small cardboard, smaller in size, on top of that to give support to the rest of the layers, right? Again, just apply a little lighter cream on that board as well, so your layers don't move here and there. There goes our last layer. Remove all the excess cream from the sides and do a crumb coat. You can use the cream which we were removing in the between, right? So to seal your crumbs. Just fill in the gaps you see anywhere to get the nice finish of your cake. In case if you find some areas to be quite uneven, the cake popping out, you can just trim it out with your serrated knife. If you find the top to be uneven, you can just use a serrated knife and slightly, with the help of your hand supporting the cake, just remove the excess. very slow and gentle when doing this step, otherwise you might chop off a chunk of the cake. To go almost, I'm just filling all the areas where I can see the cake now. I can see a lot of bulk on one side, so I'll just slightly move towards the I'll again spray on the top and give a slight crumb coat on the top as well, and the sides which I had trimmed off. For that I would need a little bit of cream. I'll spread it and seal all the crumbs coming on my way. We are almost done. Don't worry, we'll be sealing everything and finishing with sharp edges at the end. So here we have crumb coated our cake, and now I'll pop it in the fridge for at least 15 to 20 minutes so that the cream sets and the crumbs don't come out when we do our final layering. So here is our after 15 minutes the chilled cake, and the cream, the whipped cream which I have colored it in grey, I have added few drops of black gel color to it and just mixed it slightly, right? I wanted some uneven shade. I don't want it to be complete jet gray color. I want it to have a few here and there lines of gray and black, right? So what I'll do is I'll start folding it again this way, and then after smoothing it, what I'll do is now I'll start applying on the sides. Take little at a time and go in up and down direction this way. Take your own sweet time to do this step so that you get a nice even surface. Move towards the upper edge so that any excess can be later removed, right? Excess cream application is important here so that when you smooth out to get the sharp edges, you don't end up continuously adding and removing. It goes at one go, right? Try to keep a side view of the cake so that you can visualize that it does not have dents and bumps and all that, and it's a nice smooth finished cake. Now I'll be doing the opposite side first and then going on the rest two sides. So now with the tall bench scraper, I'll first smooth out the edges. Keep it straight like this towards the cake and remove. When you're removing it, you will notice where your cream is not there, it's less and it's not getting even. So I can see there's little less cream on this area, so I can apply little more on this area. Any excess would be obviously removed when you're continuously smoothing out the edges and getting the sharp ones. This way, right? So there's little left here. I'll just apply there and smooth it out. Again, the same manner. We still have to do a final application, so if a little bit is still left over, that's absolutely fine. We'll do it in the end. I'll do the opposite side. Move the cream as much as possible towards the upper direction, right, so we can get the edges on the top as well properly. Otherwise there are chances of you to mess up with the top part and the crumbs might come out, right? Don't worry, we are not actually applying a lot of cream. We are going to remove the excess once all the areas are done. Okay. Okay, now we got all our sides properly. Now with again my tall French scraper, what I'll do is I'll just run it as we did for the other two sides. Here we are just removing any excess and pushing it either on the top side or on the sides like this. Okay. Okay. So now what I'll do is first I'll place the cake in the center like this. Now with a plastic smoother, I'll just run around the cake to get everything smooth. Now you have to start filling the gaps wherever necessary. Go from the top to the bottom and smooth out everything. Okay, there's a lot of cream excess here. So what I'll do is I'll heat up some water. I'll use hot water to remove this with the help of a palette knife, right? And it will give me a nice cut and a smooth edge as well, right? Okay. So I've got some hot water now here and I'll use my knife, a long knife, right? And I'll just chop off the edge here. Slowly. If you feel the cream is coming out which you didn't want to, just lift it back and move, right? Here there's some excess. I'll remove it off and again I'll start smoothing with the help of some hot water. If you find the cream is less a little bit here, you can use a little cream here, apply it and smooth out everything. Right? That's it. Again, run. If you feel your cream is drying a lot, you can just use some water spray to restore and start working quickly. Okay, there's a lot of cream stuck out on this side. So as I said, again, I'll just dip my knife in hot water and first try to chop off that excess slowly, right, this way, and do the other one as well. Slowly, like this, and smooth out the edges. So before finalizing all the 4 edges, I'll now finalize my top so that I get everything proper, right? So now for that, again, just quickly smooth out your cream before starting on the top part, so you don't get a dry cream layer on the top. Just getting everything in the center, mixing it properly, and then a plop of cream on the top. Slowly fill in the gaps wherever there is no cream, moving towards the edges softly and slowly, like this. Try to even out as much as possible, removing any excess. Okay, especially work on the corners so that when you're finalizing your cake, you don't have droopy corners. Right? Smooth out on the top part this way, and now again with the help of your knife you can chop off the excess. Clean every time you change the side. If you have to do it twice, that's absolutely okay, just to get it proper. You find there are gaps, like see, I can see a little bit gap here. You can just use a little bit of cream there and fill in. You have to continuously work this way till you are satisfied with getting all the edges sharp. I'm just doing the final touch up. It is like a continuous keep on doing it and getting the edges correct, right? So now this is the last step. We are just smoothing out the top areas to create the edge now. And there you go. This is our razor sharp, super sharp edges for your square block. So after getting the sharp edges on the square double barrel cake, now we are going to decorate it with some designs. That is, we are going to do some palette knife painting, as well as we are going to pipe some floral designs on the cake, right? And for that I'm going to use Noor nozzles. Noor is one brand I really love using, one of the oldest brand in India. So here I have Noor 45 number tip for the leaf. Then I have 18 number tip of Noor for piping out the floral pattern. Then I have 1 number tip, the round tip. Then I have this tiny floral print, floral tip, that is Noor nozzle number 5. So these are the nozzles which I'm going to use here for designing my, decorating my cake. So let's go ahead. So now before starting, what I'll do is I'll spray the whole cake a little bit so that it again gets moist, right? It's quite dry. So I'm just spraying a little and draw some random lines like this. Now with the help of this kind of a tool, like this is a sculpting tool which I'm using, right? And this is a kind of a leaf kind of a structure which I'll be putting on the cake, right? So I'll make few leaves like this. Put an impression inside. Remove the excess. You can work this way, opposite side. Keep cleaning after every day. Do it on one more side like this. With Noor nozzle number 5, this is the tip, the smallest flower tip. So now first of all, with the help of our palette knife, what we are going to do is we are making tiny flowers like petals to showcase flowers, right? So I've taken some cream over here, right? And with the help of this kind of a palette knife, I'll be making small petals. First, smooth out your cream properly. Remove excess on the back side, clean it. And take little at a time and make a petal like this. Now again make it look a little bigger. Just a kind of a fantasy flower. We are not making a real flower or palette knife painting, right? We are just creating a fancy flower here to give that extra beautiful look to the cake. I'll fill my piping bag with this red color whipped cream. I had colored this red and kept it to develop for some few hours like so. I got a nice deep red color in this. With the smallest tip, this is actually a flower tip which is of Noor number 5. I'm piping small flowers like this. Okay, so now wherever we have made the flowers, we're just taking a few lines inwards like this. with the help of Noor nozzle number 18, this is a petal tip, right? I'll be piping some petals. With the help of Noor nozzle number 45, that is the leaf nozzle, I'll be piping out some leaves and giving that extra beautiful look to the cake. This is olive green color added to the whipped cream and let it develop for some few hours again, right? So I got it beautifully dark color. Now I'll be adding just few leaves, tiny ones, we don't want big ones, like this, right? It again depends wherever you wish to add in. So now I want to add a little bit green on the edge of this white flower. So I have again taken my palette knife, right? So I'll be taking a little bit of green on the edge of the palette knife like this, right? And again moving upwards like this. Last but not the least, with the tip number 1 or tip number 2 of Noor, what you can do is you can pipe some dots to give that extra touch to the cake. Okay, so now with the help of round tip, pipe a center dot and create dots all around it with the gray color that we used for frosting our cake. So guys, here it is, a square cake, that too a double barrel cake with super razor sharp edges, and we have decorated it with palette knife painting, and we have used nozzles from .in. Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chef Smita Dugar from the Food Boutique, and today we are making Duke's Nutty Fudge. The main ingredients are Duke's 56% dark couverture chocolate and Duke's couverture milk chocolate. These have been made with the finest African cocoa beans and crafted keeping the international standard as well as the Indian taste in mind. The Duke's 56% dark couverture chocolate has an intense, indulgent flavor. The Duke's milk couverture chocolate has milky and cocoa notes along with a very good viscosity. I'm adding some condensed milk to the pan and I will cook it till it boils. The condensed milk has boiled, and now let us take it out in this bowl. Now I am adding Duke's 56% dark couverture chocolate which I have melted to this. I am also adding Duke's milk chocolate couverture which I have melted to this mixture. I am also adding some butter. I have taken walnuts. You can take any nuts you want. You can take a mixture of various nuts also. Our mixture is almost ready and we have used Duke's couverture chocolates, that is 56% dark couverture chocolate and Duke's couverture milk chocolate in this, which has made it so indulgent, intense and yummy. Let us put this in the fridge for at least 4 to 5 hours or even overnight to chill. Then we will cut it up. We have taken the fudge out of the fridge and it has set so beautifully. Let us cut it now. Duke's Nutty Fudge is done and it is looking so wonderful. We have made it with Duke's 56% dark couverture and Duke's couverture milk chocolate. These chocolates are so good, decadent and versatile, which you can use in so many recipes.
Knorr cake and food decorating equipments. stand out in the world of cake and chocolate art. Manufacturers and dealers of bakery and confectionery cake and food decorating equipments, tools and accessories. With over 60 years of experience in manufacturing, we have moved to retailing too. Manufacturers of more than 75 different patterns of various nozzles. Knorr icing nozzles are made from high-quality SS304 with collar rings or beading. They are manufactured with the utmost precision so as to give any decoration the clear outline of pattern which makes it into a work of distinction. Our newly renovated showroom is bursting with cake decorating tools, baking equipments and more, well equipped with just about everything you can imagine for making, baking and decorating cakes and food products.
Every house needs a strong foundation. I've teamed up with my former college tutor, Cecilia Young, to bring you over 25 years worth of knowledge and experience packed into this fantastic programme. Within these 8 individually assessed modules, we've covered the fundamental building blocks required to take your cake decorating skills to the next level. And that's not all. Each programme is accredited by FDQ, a leading UK organisation for the food industry. forward to welcoming you on the Cakeflix Master Programme.
Hope you all enjoyed the last session. It was indeed very informative. So moving on, we have an amazing designer next. So she is not just a cake designer, but a sugar flower artist, and also she is the creator of Cake Convention, which is the biggest and the most popular cake show in Sri Lanka. And her recent piece of art is nothing short of spectacular. So she did a life-size wedding dress, right? So do you know who is she? I'm sure you know who it is. It is Reema Siraj from Sri Lanka and now living in Dubai. So textured cakes are the latest trends, right? When it comes to wedding cakes, anniversary cakes. And you want to make that wedding cake extremely special and beautiful. So let's learn how to create 3 combined floral textures on your wedding cakes and make them prettier and unique.
Hello everyone, this is Reema Siraj. You must be wondering what I'm doing in this beautiful environment away from my studio. Well, I'm one of the few people who are unable to get back home due to the COVID pandemic. I was invited by the India Bake Show to be a part of the show. So here I am creating a beautiful tutorial on how I do my textures with the minimal tools and away from my studios. I hope you will enjoy and you will benefit from this tutorial. So let's get started.
Okay, so let's start by creating our first texture. Our first texture is going to be a mesh print. To create this mesh print, I'm going to use piping gel. So take some piping gel in a bowl or plate, and I'm going to mix in some luster dust. We can use any powdered color for this, any luster dust or even petal dust if you want a matte effect. So it depends on what color you want. I'm using a bronze petal dust luster dust for this. So we're going to mix in the dust and the piping gel and create a nice thick paste. We're going to use this paste to create the print. And now you can use the mat, you can place it where you want your design to be. We can place the mat over the fondant, and then we take the paste and we apply it over the mat. Now for this specific design, I'm not using the entire design on the mat. I'm only going to use a part of the design. So I'm going to apply the paste only in the areas that I want, and then I'm going to scrape out the excess paste. You can use the spatula and remove all the excess paste. Carefully remove. Make sure you remove everything. You don't want to leave any excess paste. It's going to create blobs on your design. And then carefully remove the mat. And yeah, this is how it's going to look like. So once you've created your first texture, I'm going to go with my next. I'm using a silicone mold mat for this. You can use any kind of matte silicone, or even a textured rolling pin or crushed aluminium foil, whatever you want. It depends on what kind of texture you want. So I'm trying to go floral with the theme, so I'm using a floral mat and then carefully press over the mat. Press gently on the fondant, and then we're going to have this beautiful print. And if you notice, you can see that I've created a small space between the two designs. I've made this space so I can stick my flowers on this space. So I'm making use of this space to create the design that I want. I'm trying to I'm going to apply some water, and I'm trying to make a beautiful flow of flowers. There is no specific or a strict rule as to how you're going to place these flowers. So you're going to just follow your design and then create a beautiful flow. You can have all your flowers go in a line in a beautiful flow, or you can even have space in between, gaps in between. Also you can use any kind of mold for this. It doesn't have to be a flower mold. You can use any fruit mold or leaves or any kind of mold that you like. It totally depends on what design you're using these textures for. So based on what you're trying to create, you use the right molds and the mats. So I'm going to stick to my floral theme, so I've selected all floral designs. And for this color, I have actually used a khaki green. I've mixed khaki green with the fondant. If you don't have khaki green, you can always mix green and a little bit of brown or ivory to get this color. So that's my base color. And I'm using the Dresden tool to carefully press in the flower. I don't want to use my fingers or my hands and disfigure the flowers. So I'm using these flowers that I have made using a mold and then placing them on the fondant. Now you don't have to use gum paste or mix stylos to your fondant to make these flowers. You can just use fondant directly. Yeah, so again I'm using the Resident tool to stick the flowers. So as you can see, I'm not following a very strict rule on how I'm going to place these flowers. I'm just going with the flow. Also, if you notice, let me show you the mold that I'm using. So this is the mold that I have used. I haven't used the entire mold. I'm only using a small section of the mold, a small part of the mold. I haven't used the mold as a whole because I don't want my design to look very standard. So what I'm doing is using just different parts of the molds and I'm creating my own design. This way I'm not trying to create a very standard expected design. So this is how I've made all the flowers. I've used different parts of the mold and they're not all perfect flowers. I've even used half of the flower, and then I'm trying to fit in the different sizes and create this design. So I like this design to continue to the edge, but if you like to stop in between, or if you want to have a gap between the design, you can do so. And you can create this texture on your entire cake, or you can choose just a part of your cake. It completely depends on what your cake is going to be, whether you like to do a wedding cake or you want to do a very rustic looking cake, or a texture or like a texture in a vase or a wall, or depends on what your end design is going to be. Based on that, you can create your design. So I'm going to just add maybe one more flower, and yeah. I'm going to just add this last one here to give a nice finishing. So I think I'm happy with this now, so I'm going to just stop from here and then do a little bit more on the other side. Now here I have some royal icing, and I'm going to add some white color to the royal icing. I'm trying to create one more layer, so I'm going to use royal icing for this. You can use any royal icing, a slightly runny consistency. You can use any type of royal icing, homemade or ready-made, or meringue powder, any royal icing. And then I'm going to use a sponge like this. You can use any kind of sponge. These sponges you can get them from any craft store. If you are unable to get the same, you can just use any a clean new sponge, and then you're going to dip in the sponge in the royal icing, and then you're going to very gently dab it over the flowers. We're not going to apply, or we're not going to give a royal icing bath. We're just going to very slightly dab over the flowers, just creating one more layer and giving that nice contrast look with the white. So as you can see, I'm very carefully dabbing the royal icing. If you have excess royal icing, you can always go back with the sponge and then dab it over and remove the excess royal icing. So you can see how I'm carefully just dabbing this royal icing. I'm not pressing in. This is also an optional step. If you like, you can skip this step, but I feel it gives a very nice extra layer to the texture. So yeah, once you dab the royal icing, you can let it dry for a while, and we are going to finish it with a touch of gold. You can do this in two different ways. Let me show you the close-up. So I'm going to give a final touch of gold to this. So you can either use gold leaf or you can use gold luster dust. Since I don't have access for gold leaf, I'm going to use luster dust. You can mix a little bit of luster dust with alcohol or any flavor, oil based flavor. I'm going to use some almond oil and luster dust. Now I'm going to use this and I'm going to very slightly highlight these flowers using the gold. I'm not going to paint the entire flower. I'm very carefully going to highlight some of the petals. To do that, I'm going to just move the brush from outside the petal and bring it into the petal. You have to be very gentle with this. Very carefully you can highlight some of the petals. Again, this is an optional step. If you are trying to achieve a rustic look, you can quit this step. So as you can see, I'm very slightly highlighting some of the petals. So I'm just taking the brush from outside the petal and I'm just brushing it inside. So this is how it is going to look like. I would really like to see you all try this technique and create some beautiful versions of your own. So you can see the close-up of the different textures and layers we have created now. You can enjoy making these beautiful designs. Yeah, that's the final bit. I'm going to just finish it off with this. So I really hope you enjoyed learning my technique. I'm going to show you some more cakes that I have made using these techniques, similar techniques but different molds and different mats. Let me show you a close-up. Yeah, so that's the close-up of the design.
Hello friends, this is Chef Smita Dugar from the Food Boutique and we are making Duke's Choco Chip Brownies which are so dark, intense and full of flavor. To make the Duke's Choco Chip Brownie, we need Duke's 56% dark couverture chocolate. This has been crafted keeping the international standards and the Indian palate in mind. We also need couverture choco chips. These are bake stable and can easily be incorporated into cakes, cookies and other bakes. We also need Duke's cocoa powder. This is dark, intense and will give a chocolatey flavor to my brownie and a dark color too. Let's start by whisking in the sugar with the milk. We are mixing in the butter with the Duke's 56% couverture chocolate. I have shifted in the maida and the baking powder. Now let us add the Duke's cocoa powder. I am mixing the Duke's couverture chocolate mixture with the milk and sugar mixture. Let's add some Duke's dark couverture choco chips to the dry mixture. Dukes carry a whole range of choco chips. They have milk choco chips, white choco chips, dark choco chips and a whole range of colored and flavored choco chips which you can use so successfully in the baking. These are bake stable and can be easily incorporated in cakes, cookies and other bakes. The flavors include strawberry, mango, orange and pineapple. Let us mix the liquid mixture with the dry mix. Let us put the brownie batter in the tin. Now let us sprinkle some Duke's couverture choco chips on top. This will give it extra gooiness, extra taste and flavor. Let's bake this in a preheated 170 degrees Celsius oven for 20 minutes. The Duke's Choco Chip Brownies have come out of the oven and they are looking so decadent and intense, full of chocolatey flavor. We have used the Duke's 56% dark couverture chocolate. We have used Duke's cocoa powder and Duke's couverture chocolate chips to make these lovely brownies. Let us dust it with the cocoa powder to give it a better finish and make it look very pretty. Duke's has so many other products which will help you in your baking needs. Connect and see the kind of products which you can use.
nor cake and food decorating equipments. Stand out in the world of cake and chocolate art. Manufacturers and dealers of bakery and confectionery cake and food decorating equipments, tools and accessories. With over 60 years of experience in manufacturing, we have moved to retailing too. Manufacturers of more than 75 different patterns of various nozzles. Knorr icing nozzles are made from high-quality SS304 with collar rings or beading. They are manufactured with the utmost precision so as to give any decoration the clear outline of pattern which makes it into a work of distinction. Our newly renovated showroom is bursting with cake decorating tools, baking equipments and more, well equipped with just about everything you can imagine for making, baking and decorating cakes and food products.
बचपन के पिटारे में बंद हैं कई एहसास। नानी की कहानियां, दादी का दुलार, मम्मी की डांट और पापा का निसार। आओ इसे खोलते हैं, बचपन से मिलकर आते हैं। आम के पेड़ से गिरते हैं, अमरूद कुछ चुराते हैं, धूप में रखे मर्तबान में से मम्मी का लाड चुराते हैं। दादी के डाले हुए अचार को पूड़ी पे सजाते हैं, खिचड़ी और घी में नानी वाली महक मिलाते हैं। बचपन के उन चटकारों को फिर से ढूंढ लाते हैं। आओ इसे खोलते हैं, बचपन से मिलकर आते हैं। मर्तबान पिकल्स, मां के हाथ सा। Now available at all leading stores near you. Also available on Amazon.
about a new platform, the Home Bakers platform. They've started hosting online classes by different tutors, and so if you're looking out for online classes, then definitely go on that platform and choose your topic or the class that you're looking for. If you're a tutor, you can definitely go and register your class over there for a wider audience. So do check out the platform. It's seamless and it's amazing.
Wasn't the last session extremely fun and yummy? I'm sure you learned so much from it. So, moving ahead. Are you running short of ideas on creating cartoon cake toppers? Maria Cheese can be your inspiration. Learn how to make Maria Cheese a cartoon cake topper and some amazing beach props using modeling paste from the very famous Carla Rodrigues. She is a brilliant, top-notch artist from Portugal. This demo is ideal for beginners and also for people who want to build their confidence in modeling cake toppers. Carla Rodrigues, also known as Pepper Posh, is a nationally and internationally awarded cake designer from Portugal who is absolutely passionate about modeling, sculpture and airbrushing. Also, after 12 long years of career in insurance, she finally discovered her great passion for edible art, and she ended up leaving her insurance career, and after a master PME course and after being certified by DGERT, she is currently dedicating herself 100% for cake design, making cakes, teaching, and also she is entering competitions. So let's learn from her and have fun. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to the first virtual Bake Show India. I am Carla Rodrigues from Almada, Portugal, also known as Pepper Posh, and I'm going to show you how to make Maria Cheese, this cute little mice that is at the beach, and I'm going to make her using modeling paste. So as we are short in time, I will answer all your questions after the demo. Just ask what you want at the comments below and tag me using @pepperposh.cakes. So let's start it. So I'm going to start to work on the head. Okay, I have no formula. I don't wait my paste, I just go for it, like it's a kind of a mood. Okay, so one day I just want to make something really small with a big head, and other times it's the opposite. So you can always do the same character, just changing the size of the arms, the body, the head, it's up to you. So I'm starting with a ball, and I'm going to shape this ball onto an egg shape, okay, and leave the white part to the bottom, and with my finger or using a round tool, just go all around, okay. You don't need to press too much, it's just a matter of going all around to make this shape. And now using your fingers, smooth every lines that were made by the tool. Okay, so in the middle it will come out the snout, and to make it come out I'm using this tool, this silicone brush, and I'm going to make a kind of an arch in the middle of the head, in the bottom part of course, and smoothing again with my fingers. Okay, just make it. And now use your fingers to pinch a little bit the paste and make the snout come out even more. So you can make it come out more or less as you want, and then smooth all the lines that your fingers or the tools leave behind. Okay, just like this. Try to not lose the shape, and if you see that every time you touch it it changes the shape, just allow it to settle for a few minutes and it will be again workable. So at this time I'm just going around the cheeks to make them up, and I'm using the same tool again, but this time instead of making an arch like this, I'm making 2 lines to the sides. Okay, and using my fingers, I'm going to push the cheeks up and leaving the space to the chin and the mouth. Okay, just like this. And now bringing the chin up, okay, to the front. Just be gentle. If you don't have modeling paste, that's not a problem. You can use any other sugar paste. A great color. You can buy it already made, or you can make it from the scratch like I did, just adding a few drops of gel color. And with no lines, not these ugly lines that sometimes comes out. Okay, so starting with the ball and squeezing the ball between my hands, so makes these ugly lines disappear. So for the body we are literally making a pear shape. Okay, so a ball and now making a pear from it. Okay, just like this. So I use this part of my hand so I don't leave fingerprints on my work. Okay, I just smooth everything every time I can, or with the fingers I just try not to pick it so hard. Just trying to smooth. So I'm going to take out the neck, and I'm going to make like this with my fingers and turn the paste around the fingers. Okay, this will be the neck. And now just flat it on the sides, just like this, and round it into your fingers. So if you do like this, or you can even use the tool. I just don't like to use too much the tool in these cases because my fingers are really small and it's really comfortable to work like this, for me at least. Okay, so you have a pear right now. Okay, so here will come the chest, and here will come the belly and the back and the butt, and I will leave it to settle for a while, and I'm going to start with the legs. So I'm going to take here a good part of paste, a ball, squeezing between my hands. Okay, oops, sorry. And as you see, no lines. These lines that you see, it's my lines from my palm hand, they will disappear. And now from a ball I will turn this into a sausage. Okay. You can work on your own hands or just on the table. What fits better to you. So I'm not leaving this too thin right now because as you can see she has big feet. I need some space to work to the feet, then I will thinner the legs. So just bring your tool and cut it to the half more or less, and in a 45-degree angle. Right above the cut, just use your fingers and turn it round, and it will make the part of the ankle. And work at the same time on both. Okay, the same when you are making hands or arms, always same at both at the same time. So you have a right and a left, and not two rights or not two lefts. So I'm just tapping here a little bit because I don't want this point here. And you can grab your tool and use it to help to shape the feet. Okay, so just bring it up to make the heel and a little bit down, and use your fingers too. It's becoming too flat. I need to be careful or I will lose the shape. Okay, just like this. Okay, and again. So just leave it a little bit without touching. Okay, that's the good part of making both at the same time, because at some point you will leave it to dry aside and you won't smash it with the heat of your hands. Okay, and just like this, and bring the heel up. Okay, so they are more or less the same. A little bit square because I was working on a flat surface, but they will lose this flat shape in a while. Okay, don't worry with that now. Just bring your blade, and with the back of your blade just come from the side and cross all the foot till the other side. So make the same on the other, from one side to the other. So the fingers will be no longer than this line. Okay, and I will make just 4. So cut in the middle, cut in the middle, and again in the middle. The same here, middle, middle, and middle. Now use the blade, just bringing the first one again. Just use the blade to round the tips of your fingers, because they are now really square, they are not really nice. Okay, so with the blade just tap it. Okay, and on the other two. Okay, just taking these square parts. Okay, so one and the other. So at this time they are not really looking good because they don't have the details. So bringing this tool, this is silicone and this is harder than this. Okay, and as it is round, it allows me to smooth all the square parts. Okay, she will become with round fingers. Again in this side. Okay, just like this. Make them apart. Okay, just like this. And now I'm going to thin the legs just by rounding them. I'm I was trying to use the surface, but it isn't working, so better on my hand. Okay, just make them thin and leave it thinner on the bottom than on the upside. Okay, just like this. Okay, so where is the body? It's okay. Now this one, the same. If you do like this, so you will make more pressure in this part and it will become thinner than the rest. Okay, that's the trick. So this is a little bit more longer than the other, no problem. And now just turning both legs up. Okay, oops, this is on the wrong side. It will be more or less like this. I will now reshape the part of the ankle and a little bit of the heel. Okay, be careful with your nails if you have long nails, because the first part to touch the piece, it will be your nail, not your fingertip. Okay, more or less like this, and I'm going to use the tool to make it a little bit rounder, and the same on these, just like this. Okay, so bring it back again, and in the middle just mark where it will be the knee, and then turn around. I always go for this. I use this finger in the indentation that I've made, and then I just put my finger here, and these two fingers will do this. Okay, and it will comes the knee out. The same for the elbow. Okay, I just do like that, or you can just use it a little bit of the tool just to shape it better. So the same on this leg, it will come the knee out. Okay, and now to fit better the body, just cut it in an angle of 45 degrees. So when it comes the time to join the legs to the body, it is already on the right shape to go to the body. Okay, so now you are free to put the feet as you want. Okay, now again here, just cutting this, and so she will be relaxed, more or less like this. I will leave the legs aside, we'll bring up the body again, and now I'm going to shape a little bit the belly, and using again the silicone tool, brush, if you want to call it a brush, I'm just making this design and smoothing again with my fingers, so she will have a belly coming out. Okay, just like this, and I'm going to flat a little bit the chest, so she can have here some shoulders, not big shoulders, but still shoulders. Okay, and going back to the face, I'm going to just make here a little indentation, so where come the nose in. Okay, and now just mark it on the middle and make the corners of the mouth on the cheeks. Okay, and then just open it up by cutting it from one side to the other, just like this. So now I'm going to use this tool like a little spoon, and I'm going to open a little bit the mouth, and just like this, and I'm going to give her a lower lip, just a little one, by using the silicone tool again. Okay, smooth everything again with my finger, just using the tool to make the liners be more beautiful, just like this. Okay, and using this same tool, I'm just going to make a fine line all around, just to bring better the details out. And again, it will be there for a while. Now just moving to the bikini. She is wearing a red bikini. It's very easy to make it. Some lines, because as I'm going to stretch the paste, it won't be really, it won't matter. So for this I'm going to use a cutter, a round one, and I want it to be a little bigger than the bottom of the body, so it can go around. So just, no, this will be too little. Okay, this is a 30. I'm going to use a 40. And here is my roll pin. So just use it real thin, cutting it. Okay, keep it aside. So taking this out because it won't be beautiful if it stays on the piece. Then if you need, you can add a little bit of water. This is a brush with a water container. It's really pretty. Okay, I just love to use it. And now it's just a matter of bringing it up. Okay, just like this. And as you see, so it came all up. So if it was bigger, suppose that I was using a bigger cutter, the thing that I used to do is to make like this on the sides and then use a scissor to cut the excess of paste. Okay, and now just making the detail around. So a little sausage, try to make it all the same thinner. Okay, just like this. If you are not making it well on the table, just use both ends to do it, just like this. See if it goes all around. No, so a little bit more. And I think now it fits. Just let me check. So just like this. Yes, so I'm going to use a little bit of water to go all around. So next time I'm going to use this brush, I need to clean it. As you see, it came out a little bit of the red from the paste. It's normal. Okay. just like this all around here too. And now cut the excess and with the back of your blade just go all around like this. Okay, just like this. So it helps also to bring the pastes to be together and give some detail to your piece. Just go, 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 go. So don't use the part of the blade that cuts, because it will ruin your piece and it won't work as you think it will work. So now I'm just going the belly button, just like this. And again, I'm going to use my fingers to pronounce more the big belly that she has. Okay, it's done. And here, bringing the paste that I was already using, I'm just going to cut a stripe just like this, not too big because it's a small piece. Okay, and you need to bring it all around and cut the excess. So I'm going to use a scissor, so you see it's really easy to use a scissor in this case. Okay, it's easier than to use a knife or a X-Acto knife. Okay, just like this. And the same that we did here, we are going to do it up. So just make a thin sausage. Oops, sorry, just allow me to take some tools that are in the middle of the process. Okay, just like this. And again, a little bit of water. If your paste is sticking, you may consider not use the water to glue it. Okay, sometimes I don't need it. Okay, just go all around, just like this. Again, I'm going to use the scissors to cut. And again, I'm going to do, the same with the back of the blade. It actually came too big, but well, when you are doing, you can make a thinner sausage and it will look better than mine. Okay, just go all around, just like this. So now moving to the arms and hands. So just making the same process. Oops, it's a little bit of red that came from my hands. Sometimes it happens, so make sure your hands are always really cleaned before you touch other colors. Okay, so again, like we made the legs and the feet, we are going to make the arms and the hands. Again, a ball, trying to avoid again the ugly lines, and again for a sausage. Okay, this time we are going to a thinner sausage than for the legs, because the ends are thinner than the feet. Okay, just like this. And the process, it's basically the same. So just cut in an angle of 45 degrees and taking this pointy part, and at the end of the cut just place your fingers like this and make it around. Okay, so instead of the ankle, now it will come the wrist. Okay, one, and make the same to the other part, and two, just like this. So again, just flatten it. You may use your finger, you may use your tool, it's up to you. Just like this, okay, just making it a little bit more defined. That's it. And now just cut it straight and then in a 45-degree angle, and the same with this end, okay, straight and 45-degree angle. Just leaving this small gray spot. Now I'm just going to make the shape of the finger a little bit better, just like this. The other two, okay, just like this, okay. And now just cutting in 3 fingers, 1, 2, 3, and this the same, 1, 2, 3, just like this. And like we did before, tapping the pointy parts with the blade to make the fingers round on the tip, okay. The same in here. Sorry, this was too close. And now using this tool, just go every way down in both sides of the hand, okay, just like this. So this finger is a little bit square. I'm just making the fingers apart one from the other so I can reach the finger and make it round. And I'm going to use the tool just to help me to make it look better, okay. The same on this end, all the way down in both parts of the end, okay. Again, if you see some finger is a little bit square, just make the others go to the sides to reach the finger you want, and that's it. And again, making the palm of the hand using the cable of my tool, okay, just like this. So I'm going to thinner the arms the same way I made to the legs, okay, just leaving this part thinner than the upper part of the arm. The same in this. And now I'm going to see the size that I need. I'm going to thinner just a little bit, okay. And here too, just placing, and okay, just say it will be using this arm. I'm going to cut like this, the same to fit the body as we did before with the legs, okay. Just don't cut it too long. Just taking here a little bit, just don't go enough. And now to make the same size on the other arm, I'm just going to place it like this, okay, face the palms inside, and okay, cutting the same angle, okay, just like this. And now marking the part of the elbow just as we did before, okay. She will be like this, more or less, and this will bend completely. So as I'm going to bend, I'm going to do like this, and the end will be facing down on the floor, in this case on the towel, and she will be looking more or less like this. So I need to allow it to dry before applying so I don't lose the arms of the mouse, okay, of Mariah. So I'm now going to bring my base in front of me. I've already made the towel. It's really simple to make the towel. I just used round cutters. So the thing I've made is I've cut a circle of white, then I've used so let's 90, it's in centimeters, okay, not inches, and 50, yes, 50, and then the smallest one was 40, and I placed every circle on top of each other. I will make some demo just for you to know how I made it. Just not doing all the towel, but for you to understand how I did it. Okay, so I just grabbing here a little bit of white. So just like this. Turn it into a ball again. Okay. So just make it thin. Now I'm going to use the smaller cutters. Okay, just using the 40 and the 30 to make with the red. Okay, just like this. Flatten it again. So make it thinner. And cut a little. And now what I've done is to place one on top of the other, as I told you before, just like this. And then just using, oops, sorry, it happens. I don't think I need to use it. So just place it and make it go inside of the other, okay? If it's sticking, just use a little bit of cornstarch just to help you, okay? And just press it down. So they are now one inside of the other. So that's how I made the towel. And this part here, I made just like I made this part of the bikini and this part, okay? It's using the same technique. Now just allow me to start to place Mariah on her place, sorry. I'm going to use a cocktail stick. Okay, just be careful. If it's not really dried yet, you will find it a little bit hard to insert the cocktail stick without losing the shape. Okay, just like this, as you can see. And now I'm going to see where the edge goes, so I don't need it to cross all the edge. Just going for this. Oops, using, and just like this. Okay, so now back to the face. Just start with the teeth. Just make a little bit, just make a little ball, sorry, of white. Just cut it in a rectangle shape. Okay, be careful, don't cut your own fingers, and use this to help you to insert the teeth inside the mouth. So she has now get this placed. Okay, just giving to fit, and that's it. Now the nose is just a ball of gray that I've dusted with pink. You can make it bigger or smaller as you want. I'm just going for this size. And now I'm going to make her sunglasses. And to be sure, I make the glasses with same size, both lenses. I'm going to grab the black, and I'm going to use a round cutter, this small one. Okay, 1 and 2. And now cut the upper part of the lenses. Just put a little bit of water, place them on the face. Oops. Okay. And then just do a small sausage to cross all over the glasses. Okay, and to make the upper part of the glasses. So then what I've done is that I've drawn a fine line here on one side and on the other too. And then I just painted it with gold liquid color. Okay, edible paints always, and that's it. Now just giving her the scarf. I think I need to place the arms before giving her the scarf, so I don't smash everything after. So my hands are a little bit dirty of black, just using handy wipe to clean it. Okay, that's really important not to bring black to the other colors. Black or what other color, so just use, and just a little bit of cornstarch to dry my hands. So I'm going to apply first the legs, just like this. I think I put her forward than I did it before. No, I'm just using the legs on the opposite side. Sorry guys, sometimes it happens. So just like this, and one arm on one side, and the other one on the other side. So just facing it like this, and I'm going to curve a little bit the fingers because she will be holding the sunscreen. Okay, just like this. So white, just making it like this, so cutting a rectangle. I'm going to leave this point like this because it will be just facing the earth down. So just a little bit of water. Now just bend it a little bit like if it was real tissue. Okay, place it on her head. Okay, just like this. She is old-fashioned. and just give it fine lines, and now a little bit of white to make the nut. Okay, just place it here, use water if you need, and just make some lines. Okay, just like real tissue. So moving to the head, just making here a little bit room. So what I've done to achieve this color, I just blended yellow and brown, okay, and it's a good background color when you want to paint with gold, for example. Okay, just neat. So I'm going to miss my cutter that I've lost earlier, but I'm going to make it without those cutter. So just grabbing this round cutter again. Okay, just cleaning these parts. Okay, and center a smaller cutter. Oops. Just like this. Okay, so if you don't want to cut, you don't need to cut, it's up to you. I just like to cut the middle of the head so it doesn't come too thick after. Okay, just placing like this and shaping it a little bit to the head. Now bringing back again to a ball. And now just flatten a little bit your ball. Oh, I have some red on my hands. It's normal. Just making some size. Go cutting again. And now with your fingers just press it down. So it was this high. Now I'm making like it has not so much volume. Okay, just like this. And now turning my piece around. So I'm going to use this here a little bit of water because I've used the big cutter than it was supposed to. Just like this. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to make it again and not cutting the middle. It's better at this point. So just press it down. And this, so turn her around to me again, making the head fit to the head, just like this. And now this needs to go inside, so just use a ball tool to open space to the head, okay, to the top of the head. So just like this. And yes, now it fits. So then I made a sausage like I did for this part and for this part of the bikini, so I just made it around the head. Not really thin because I wanted to give it some some lines like in real tissue. Okay, so just like this. It's too thick now, making thinner. Okay, I think it's good now. And I'm going to use this part up just because I'm going to place here a flower, and the flower will hide these here. So back to my favorite tool, just making some fine lines all around. Okay, and now I've just made already the flower, so I've made like five drops with white, and then I flatten the drops and just put all them together, and I have my flower. Okay, just like this. And just going to give her sunscreen. So these are little bottles. It's very easy to do. They are already made. I made them before because I need them dry to paint on it. Okay, you can use airbrush paint or just a pen. Oh, sorry guys, this is not coming out. It's so small that it's stuck inside. Oh, okay, so how to make the sunscreen. Again, to ball, then shape it to a drop shape, and then just flatten it and give the shape of the sunscreen bottle. And with the back part of your blade, just go around on the top, and that's it. Okay, so it's the same process. I'm just going to leave the blue one on her hand, and I'm going to write here on this like I did on the other one. Okay, if it's not really dried, you will not be able to write on it so easily. Okay, so that's why I made it before, and because we don't have too much time, I'm almost at the end of my time. So just like this, placing it. I'm going to bring, oops, I don't have space for her bag, so just making here the bag. Again, the same flower but in red, and I'm going to place the flower with my tool to help me. Maybe a little bit of water should help on this point. So I usually do it on the place, okay, just petal by petal, add it on the place I want the flower to be. I have the handles here, they are already dried, so I'm just going to use a little bit of water to stack them. So 1 and 2. Oops, doesn't go like I want. And the tissues, it's actually her clothes inside the bag. It's just a little bit of white paste. Okay, as I've turned on the AC, the paste is drying faster, which can be good, but not this time. Okay, just like this, and flatten it a little bit, and gave some lines just to make it have some texture. And I'm going to cut it a little bit because it's too big actually, and I've just placed it one in white and the other part in red, so it's not difficult to make this. In fact, it's too easy because you don't have rules to make it. Just roll the base, just make a long drop, flatten it a little bit, just give some lines to give the texture, okay, and then just place it inside the bag and coming a little bit out, okay. So then I've just painted the handles with golden color, okay. And so moving to the tail, it's a sausage, a really thin sausage, and you can make it so long as you want, okay. So just going to cut it a little bit because it's too large. So just placing a little bit of water, attaching the tail, and just curling the tail a little bit, okay, just to give some movement. So just like this. So now bringing back to my pink powder, just painting a little bit her nose and the cheeks. I'm going to use another brush, okay, just like this. Don't put too much, sorry. So just on both cheeks and a little bit here. And now she has a sunburn on her belly, so it will be a little bit more pink, okay, just like this. And I'm going to give her some color in the knees and the elbows, just a little bit, and on her toes, just on the feet, and that's it. For color, it's enough. Now if you are wondering what is the sand, so the sand is some sugar. In Portugal we call it yellow sugar. It's not brown sugar, okay, so brown sugar, it's different. This is yellow sugar and it's like, looks like real sand, so I just like to use it. And I'm just going to pour some of this yellow sugar on my piece, and that's it. So I hope you enjoy it to make Mariah cheese. So it's all for today. Thank you, Mo and Lad, for inviting me to be part of this show. I'm truly grateful. It was an honor. And for you guys, you can always find me at Instagram as Pepper Posh Sugar Artist Carla Rodrigues, and on Facebook at Pepper Posh Sugar Artist too. So search for me, search for my work if you like my demo, and hope to see you soon. Bye!
Dugar from the Food Boutique, and today we are doing a Duke's Cake Decoration 101. Let us start by talking about Duke's compounds. Duke compounds have a good viscosity, stability and fluidity. They have got good workability and a wonderful shine which make it ideal for making cake decorations and garnishes. It is also very good for making ganaches. Duke's compounds are very good for making ganaches. So today we are making a ganache with Duke's dark compound. Duke's dark compound has a very rich, intense flavor and a dark cocoa color. I have taken equal parts of Duke's dark compound and cream. I have boiled the cream and now let me pour the cream. Keep on stirring till the ganache comes together and the Duke's dark compound melts inside the cream. I have taken some melted Duke's dark compound which I'll pour on a OHP sheet and spread out. This is done. This is semi-set and let us cut out some shape by using these cutters. We have made our decorations. Look, they are looking so shiny and nice. Now I have also ganached my cake and now I am ready to apply my decorations to the cake. We have some Duke's dark biscuits and some Duke's dark choco rolls which we are using to garnish this ganached cake. I have added so many shapes of garnishes on the cake. I have made some garnishes out of Duke's dark compound. I have made a circular cut, a hexagonal, a triangle, and now I am using these Duke's sweethearts to add some color and also some Duke's choco beans. I am pouring some Duke's caramel sauce on top of the cake and spreading it around. I am putting some Duke's brownie bits on the edge of the cake. I have added some garnishes at the bottom of the cake and now let us add some at the top. I am also adding some Duke's 8mm chocolate crisps. So we have decorated this cake so beautifully and easily by using Duke's products. We have used Duke's dark compound to make the ganache, Duke's milk compound for the garnishes. We have used Duke's caramel sauce on top of the cake. These are Duke's brownie bits and Duke's 8mm crispies.
nor cake and food decorating equipments. Stand out in the world of cake and chocolate art. Manufacturers and dealers of bakery and confectionery cake and food decorating equipments, tools and accessories. With over 60 years of experience in manufacturing, we have moved to retailing too. Manufacturers of more than 75 different patterns of various nozzles. Knorr icing nozzles are made from high-quality SS304 with collar rings or beading. They are manufactured with the utmost precision so as to give any decoration the clear outline of pattern which makes it into a work of distinction. Our newly renovated showroom is bursting with cake decorating tools, baking equipments and more, well equipped with just about everything you can imagine for making, baking and decorating cakes and food products.
Recently, I found out a new platform, the Home Bakers platform. They've started hosting online classes by different tutors, and so if you're looking out for online classes, then definitely go on that platform and choose your topic or the class that you're looking for. If you're a tutor, you can definitely go and register your class over there for a wider audience. So do check out the platform. It's seamless and it's amazing.
I hope all of you are having fun, and it's been such a lovely day learning so many different techniques. So next up we have royal icing decoration on cookies by Graziella Occhier, and she is a stunning artist. She has been rewarded several gold awards at Cake International. She has also been chosen by Squire's Kitchen as their French ambassador. She has won Cake Masters magazine Top 10 Artists in 2017, designed a life-size feature for Cake International that was nominated at the Cake Masters in 2019. She is such a passionate artist, and she quit her IT and sales job after 13 years, and now she's here to share her cake knowledge with you. Let's welcome her and let's have some fun in her class.
Good morning, India. Namaste, India. I am Graziella Augier, and I run my own cake business called Design Sucré in the south of France, and it is an honor to be here with you today for the India Bake Show, and I am really happy to be demonstrating you some cookie work. So these are not going to be the most complicated and fancy cookies, but very easy cookies so that everyone can give it a try. I am an ambassador for Squire's Kitchen in France. It is an English brand, and they do some amazing royal icing mix, which is the one I'm going to use today. But if anyone is interested in a normal royal icing recipe, or an eggless royal icing recipe, or even just the cookie recipe, feel free to post us a little message, and I'm more than happy to share those with you. So I'm going to quickly tilt my camera and let's get working. So I've got here just a simple normal cookie, which I'm going just to show you how to ice with a piping bag. So I've got some quite runny consistency, which is perfect for cookies. So I'm just gonna show you. So that's the kind of texture that you'd like. So I am going to chop the edge of that little piping bag, and we are going to do it in a very easy way too. So I am not going to do any outline. I'm only going to use the piping bag and a scribe tool. So I'm going to start close to the edges, but not right on the edge, because I don't want to overflood my cookie. So I'm just quickly adding the icing. So some people like to do a border around your cookie, which is fine. You can absolutely do like a proper border. But I think for this type of cookie, it is just much easier to simply add the icing and then work with your scribe tool. So keep flooding. So when you make your royal icing, make sure you leave it to set for about like 30 minutes. Well, not to set, but leave it to rest. So that the air bubbles can come to the surface, and then you can get rid of them a lot more easily. So I'm just going to take my scribe tool am going to work the icing towards the edges. So just little circles, circular motions, like rounded motions, to make sure the icing goes right to the edges of your cookie. And if you feel like you need a little bit more icing, feel free to add a little bit more. So I'm doing this all around my cookie. Like so. Just making sure I'll reach the edges. So as you can see, this is really quick to do. Make sure there's no air bubbles. Just checking, everything seems to be fine, no problem. If you can see that it's slightly going like over the borders, with a clean tissue you can just wipe the excess off. Maybe a little bit here, and maybe just a little bit here. This is just to show you that you can make the cookies in a really easy way. And that's it. That's my cookie flooded, and you will need to leave this to dry completely. So you can leave it overnight is best. You can also use a dehydrator, but I would suggest that you don't use it for too long. I would suggest something like 2 or 3 hours maximum, because otherwise the butter from the cookie is going to come back to the surface and you will have some sort of yellowy round circles on your cookie. So I'm just going to push that to the side like so. And we are going to start working on our cookies of the day. So I've picked for you 2 designs. I've picked for you a henna design, which I am onto my design so that it's easier for you. And it takes less time, obviously. And a little sari design, which I've cut and used as a template to cut around my cookie before I bake them. And that's probably what I'm going to start with, because that would need to dry. So this icing is already dried. It's been setting in, well, outside for a few hours. I think I left them overnight. And we're going to start with this cookie. So I've got different piping bags here ready. As you can see, I'm not using any piping tip, not yet. So this is going to be like the easiest cookie ever, right? So I've picked, when I think about India, I always think about bright color. It's so colorful, so happy. So I just wanted to go for something red and yellow. But keep in mind that if you're doing some yellow, you can also, when it's dry, paint it with some gold on top of it. And then you will have a beautiful gold color. But I think for today, I'm going to stick to this kind of very mustardy yellow, which I think reminds me a lot of India. I've got my icing ready. And just to show you quickly, if you think about a sari, this part here comes in the front, and this is more like at the back, and this is at the back too. So that's where I'm going to start with. So as you can see, I've only been like drawing my little pattern on some transfer paper. You could use parchment paper. It works the same with a carbon pen. This is non-toxic. And I have just been drawing the design and then transferring it to my cookie, so that I've got some lines. So I'm not, yeah, I think you can see the lines. Yeah, you can see the lines. So, and so I know where I'm gonna start flooding. So as I said, I'm going to start with these two areas, and to make sure I've got some sort of, you know, kind of 3D effect, I'm going to simply brush some icing on those two. And as the front is going to be in a very bright red, I've picked bright red for this. I have gone for a darker red, so it's the same red but with a little bit of black in there, so that it looks darker because it's in the shade, it's in the background. So I'm just going to take a little bit of icing on a paintbrush, brush. So you will understand when we add the next layer why I've chosen this. You will see we have a much better 3D effect. And I mean, brushing is quite super easy to do. So I'm going to brush, following the contours of the design. Okay, making sure I remove the excess. So this will be my first sort of layer, just making it slightly more opaque, slightly thicker. Okay, I'm going to do the same here at the top, just a little bit here, needs a bit more icing. Okay, so I'm doing the same here, right at the top. So pick a little bit of icing and simply brush it onto your design. Okay, so that's good for me. Going to set this aside, and now that we've got this, we can start flooding the cookie itself and adding some sort of relief, like 3D effect on our cookie. So I am going to start with this one here, this big one, because again this is slightly at the back compared to this one, so I'm going to start with this, and I want it bright red. I love all the colors of India, it's so amazing. So as you can see, again, I'm not doing anything super precise yet. It's just flooding, and I'm going to work it with my tool. I don't want it too thick, so just make sure there's not too much icing. And this is still a runny cookie consistency. So as you can see, this doesn't need to be too precise just yet. Okay, I'm taking my scribe tool, and just like we did with the white, we are going to work the icing around. Okay, so just little circles with your tool. Going to go slightly more on the edge here. Here as well. Making sure it touches the previous icing. Doing it here. I want it slightly more precise on this area, like so. So again, this is not a complicated cookie at all. It is really like some sort of the easiest way to do quite a nice pattern or a nice design on a cookie. Nothing fancy. If you wish to see in the future more complicated design, just feel free to ask. I'm more than happy to share some with you. But today, this is all about making everyone want to give it a try. So for some of you, maybe who already can do some royal icing and some cookie work, this will be super easy, but bear in mind that some people don't do any cookie work, and I'm kind of hoping this will help them to get it started. Just working it a bit more on this edge here. And that's it. So once it's dry, royal icing can be painted, dusted, you can add iridescent colors. It is really a nice medium to use. Going to do slightly more here as well. And that's it. Okay, so once I've got this, I'm going to move back onto some darker red, because this and this are the same part on the dress. It's the same part of the cloth. That's this part here is folding and coming back at the back, which is why I've got the same color here. And again, we're going to keep it very easy. So this one is slightly of a thicker texture for two reasons. The first one is I want it to be, well, thicker on the cookie, like more of a 3D thing. And second, I'm going to use this one for the henna pattern as well. So I needed some thicker consistency. But we can still make it work. So I'm flooding and still using my tool. I'm going to just go over the icing with my scribe tool. Little rounded motions. And you can give it some texture because it's like some cloth, so it doesn't have to be like perfectly smooth. It can be if you want it to be super smooth, but bear in mind this is like cloth, so you could have that texture. I wouldn't mind it at all. Okay, just cleaning my tool. And I'm just holding my scribe tool at the surface. I'm kind of wiggling it so that it smoothes a little bit my icing, because I want, in this case, the icing to be slightly smoother. Just a personal preference. So just wiggle it at the surface and it will sort of erase all little marks. So wiggle, wiggle. And that's it. So before I add the yellow to this, I need to let this part dry a little bit. So I'm going to move on to this part of the cookie. And I'm using some yellow. And I'm going to go as close as I can from the red, but I'm not overlapping. So lift your piping bag, lift it up in the air and let the icing drop. So this is more like an outlining. Because I've got the red next to it, I don't want to kind of mess it up. And then you can add the icing. And work with your little tool. And same, if you want it sort of really smooth, just touch the surface and give it little moves, little wiggles, and that's it. So I'm gonna put this to the side and wait for it to dry a little bit before I add the rest of the yellow here. In the meantime, we are going to start our henna pattern cookie. So I've designed this template, and I have transferred it on my cookie, you know, with my carbon pen again. And we are going to start using a number 1 piping tip for the outside. You could still use, like, you could use number 1 for the whole design, or you could go for a slightly smaller one to add these little extra bits here, like all the little details. So I'm holding my piping bag. So this is more of a, you know, piping consistency. As I've shown you, it is a lot thicker. And I'm going to start with all the outlines. So when you're piping something, you're basically press on your piping bag and touch, and then press, lift in the air, let it drop. Okay, that's what we want to do. Gonna show you again. Press gently until you can see the icing. Touch. Lift and press. Oh, whoopsie. It broke. Lift and press, press. Oh, I might have a little bubble in there. Let me check quickly. That's better. I'm making a mess. Just checking if there's anything maybe blocking, you know, your piping tip. That's it. That's a lot better. Okay. So, back onto my design. Checking nothing's blocking the nozzle. So, touch. And lift. Press, and just go very slowly. Make sure the icing falls into place. Stop pressing, and just let the icing drop. I'm going to do the same on this side. Touch and press. So press, lifting the nozzle. Don't be scared to lift it, then you have a lot more control. Try to keep a consistent pressure. And then once you know you reach the end of the design, just stop pressing and just let it drop. Okay, gonna keep going on the rest of the cookie. So press, let it drop, stop. press, lift and let it drop. Stop pressing, touch to attach. Press, lift, keep pressing, let it drop. Now stop pressing and let it drop. Don't forget to breathe when you do this. I think one of the biggest mistakes is that so many people stop to kind of breathe. Okay. So lift, let it drop, stop and push. Lift, let the icing drop and touch. So I'll keep doing this. Make sure your nozzle's always nice and clean and nothing's blocking it. Right, and if you've got like a little point or something of icing, you can get a little bit of water, a damp paintbrush, and gently dab, like tap 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 on top of the icing, and you'll get a much neater result. So I think I'm gonna use the same one for this little flower here. So press, touch, 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 touch. Okay. Touch. And this one now. So touch and lift, touch and lift, touch and lift, touch again. That's it. I need to do these big ones here. Oh, piping nozzle's probably slightly blocked. So every time, just make sure the icing is not setting in the nozzle. So I'm going to do like a very parallel one. So that's where it becomes very important to lift, because you want to have like so much control on what you're doing here. Okay, so lift the nozzle in the air and let the icing drop. Stop squeezing and attach. Lift in there, lift it up, up, up. Don't be scared. And you can use little rotating turntables. There are some specifically for cookie work. They're very small and you can position your cookie on top of it and rotate it. Depending on the design, it can be very, very useful. And I guess if you wanted to, you could drag this a little bit. Make it like in a more pointy shape. Okay. So check that the nozzle's not blocked again. Lift, stop pressing and attach. Touch, lift, press, 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 stop pressing, attach. This little flower on the inside. So I should be holding my piping bag a little bit more at some sort of vertical angle, like a little bit more straight up. But it's really hard for me to film this with the camera if I'm holding it completely straight. So I'm just trying to make it better for you, really. So you keep going on the design all around this flower, and then if you'd like you can swap to a smaller nozzle. But for this, you have to make sure that you're using the finest icing sugar. Because, for example, so this is a 1, and a smaller one would be like, I've got a 0 next to me. But then if your icing is not there with the thinnest icing sugar, the nozzle will just keep blocking every 2 seconds. So, which you don't really want. So attach, lift, let it drop, stop pressing, and just attach. Gonna do this one straight away. Attach, press and lift. Don't go too fast, and attach. Let it drop, stop pressing, and attach. I'm doing some sort of a little dot here. So now I'm pressing to add some sort of texture. Something more, a bit different. Probably gonna do the same with this one. So attach and press, lifting the nozzle in the air. Let it drop, stop pressing, let it drop. And at the end here, you can go back and press to make like a little dot. Okay, I'm going to try and swap to my number 0 piping tip, hoping that it will be okay and it won't block. Otherwise, I can always come back with my number 1, no problem at all. So let's check this together. That should be okay. So that's a 0, right? So a lot thinner. So as you can see, I'm using the same, so that's the same bag of icing with just a very small opening. And I've got here another piping bag with the 0, and that's the one I was using. That's my piping bag with my number 1 tip. So this way, I think it's super easy to swap from one tip to another, because you just take out the piping bag and place it into the new one. So with this thinner one, I'm going to finish this pattern. So attach, press. So when you want to go for swirls and spirals, really lift your nozzle up so that you can control where the icing is going. So lift it up in the air and let it drop. And if you need, again, with a damp paintbrush, you can go back. Gonna do this one now. So you could use an even smaller one, but I think for this design, a number, ooh, I've got like a little bit of sugar in this one. I think that as 0 is small enough. Again, this is supposed to be some sort of very simple design, so I don't want to annoy you with anything smaller than a 0. So hold it up, let it drop, let it drop. You're pressing and you're letting the icing drop at the same time. Okay. Same for this one here. So attach and press, lift it in the air, keep pressing with a constant pressure on the piping bag, breathe, and don't go too fast. Stop pressing and attach it to the pattern. I'm going to do this little flower here. So attach, lift, attach, lift. Touch, 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 lift and touch, lift, lift and touch. So at this point you can start adding anything that you'd like. If you have a look on my initial design, I've added some sort of veins to the leaves, so you could completely be doing that. So for example, touch here and attach it to the other side. This could be done first thing first, and then it would be touching the cookie, but you can also do it as in some sort of extension work. So it's almost floating. So touch, press, touch, touch, press, touch. Going to do the same on the other side as well, just adding a tiny one here, and I'm going to do that here as well. So touch, lift, 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 and touch here. I'm going to try to keep those a little bit parallel. Oh, and if it breaks, no problem, I can always come back very gently, and you don't really get to see it. I'm just checking my nozzle's not blocked, which it was a little bit. So touch, press, lift and touch. Go back with your paintbrush. Going to add some more here. Right. I'm going to do the same on all my leaves. So I'm trying to do that as quickly as I can. It's just a little bit of detail on my work. Do it again. That's it. And this one here. Gotta turn it to do the other side. So keep going. If you feel like the icing is a lot harder to get out of the piping bag when you press, make sure it's not blocked, because that might be why. So I'm kind of thinking that this would be the type of pattern that would be on, I don't know, like a bride's hand or something. I know it's very traditional to do this for weddings, so which is why I chose this style of cookie. I think it looks really nice, and this could be little treats for your guests at the wedding. You could do initials with it, like lettering. You could do everything, really. So attach, press, lift and attach, touch, press, lift and attach. A little bit here. Right, almost there. I'm just doing that last one here. and that will be it for my leaves. So you could go for bigger gaps or very small gaps in between those lines. It's all up to you to choose really for your design. If anyone wants me to upload this template as well, please feel free to ask. I can always post it on the group, and you can use it without any issue. That's it. So I'm going to add little dots. So just press. So touch and press. Touch and press. Try to be consistent. Not to have like really big dots and then really small ones. I can do the same on the inside here with smaller dots. Okay, I need some here as well. I mean, I'm not like an expert at henna patterns, but I kind of think it looks like a lovely henna pattern, or well, at least I always think it would look lovely on my hands if I was to have one. I would like to have something like this, so I hope this kind of matches your traditional patterns and that you enjoy this as much as I do. Oh, I forgot a few lines here, just realized. So you can always add them afterwards. And I guess you could do all sorts from now. You could add little dots. I mean, I can go for like quite a big dot and then go smaller. Like this. I can do the same on the other side here, and I think this will look quite pretty. So press as much as you want to get the right size for your dots, and then go smaller. Three, 6, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So I think that's it for this pattern. I quite like it as such. I mean, I think it is really, really pretty. Don't know what you think of that, guys. You could obviously keep adding little dots here or in the middle. Well, I guess it's a little bit endless, really. But I quite like it as such. I'm going to come back onto my sari cookie. As you can see, well, that's the beauty of a live video. I've pressed a little bit with my finger on the icing here. So I'm going to hide it with some more icing. I'm going to add something to my pattern. Not sure what yet, but I'm going to do that in a second. But before, I want to add the yellow in here. Again, if you've just joined this video, please be aware that this is like a very, very easy cookie sort of tutorial demonstration. This is not at all anything super fancy or super complicated. The whole point, the whole goal is to make anyone want to try cookies. So even someone who has never been doing any cookie work, well, this hopefully will make you want to do cookies or give it a try. So as I did at the bottom, I'm just touching here, touching, and then lift the icing, lift it, make sure it touches the red but it doesn't cover it. Okay, and touch, and then you can fill in with some yellow. So I want this slightly thicker than the red, so I'm gonna add more icing here. And with my scribe tool, there it is. With my scribe tool, just give it little wiggles, making sure it touches everywhere and it's nice and smooth. So just little wiggles like this. So you're touching the surface and gently moving, so this will help smooth the icing. I'm going to do the same here at the top. So touch, lift it, and make sure you kind of touch the red icing here. Stop pressing and then attach it. And you can do the whole outline here. And add the color in. Really easy. I'm not trying to make anything difficult for you guys. So I guess again, if you've been doing cookies before, you're not going to learn anything with this, but again, there's not that many people doing cookies, so I'm hoping more and more people will give it a go. I'm bringing it there down. Now at this point, this is still fresh. You could decide to add little dots of fresh royal icing. I can show you quickly. So it is my red royal icing, and you could do some sort of wet on wet technique. Don't want the dots to be too big though. So just touch. And as the yellow icing is still fresh, they will kind of blend in together. I'd really like something that's not too big. Well, that's going smaller and smaller at least. A little bit like a jewel or something. Just winging it really. Oh, that's a lot too big. I can try. Or I can leave it as such actually. And go back for a much smaller one. But because this icing is quite runny, it has made it a little bit more difficult. Just wiping it off and cleaning things a little bit. So at this point you could decide to do many things, I guess. What could I add here for you to see? Well, I guess I could do like a little pattern like these ones I've been doing on the henna cookie. So you could go for so I don't know, little waves or little patterns. To give it some sort of lace look, but all depends on what you really fancy doing again. I think my piping nozzle is slightly blocked. Just going to correct this with my paintbrush, as you can see. So don't be scared to make some mistakes when you start. You can always go back with a damp paintbrush and make things look a lot better. Yeah, there might be a little bit of icing sitting in that nozzle now. I'm just going to make it... Oh, it's not looking how I want it to look. So before you do these, obviously you could draw, when the icing is dry, you could draw the pattern and then pipe on top of it if that makes you feel more comfortable. I'm gonna add small dots. Again, you could use your damp paintbrush, make them look a lot more round. Okay, and this is pretty endless. You could keep adding little dots, like very small ones. I'm just barely touching the icing, really, and that's it. What you could also do is pipe a border. So I could go here and decide to pipe a little extra border to make it look even nicer and more neat. So just really lift your nozzle at that point. So touch, press and lift. So you can see the icing is really up in the air. Stop pressing and touch. There's many ways to do this. Gonna do it here as well. Now that I've started, I can't really just do half of that cookie. I'm going to do it here as well. So lift, 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 and go all around. Stop pressing and touch. Could probably do it here as well. So just to give like an outline, it gives like more 3D to your cookie. I'm going to come back here, just let it drop and then stop pressing. I can go straight onto this one and go all around. Stop. Touch, lift, 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 and stop pressing, gently touch. I can also, if I've completely forgot, see if you're making like a little mistake, just use again your paintbrush and wipe it off. So don't be scared, give it a go. Like so. Only missing that little part here. Lift the nozzle and touch on the other side. So this is like a really again easy pattern. I really quite like it. I think it looks super cute. You could add all sorts of decoration. I've got still that little part here that I'm not really happy with because I did dip my finger in there. I don't know if you can see, but I can see it. And yeah, so you could add lines in the middle because I know you've got some sort of pleats in the sari as well. I mean, at this point you can add as much detail as you really wish. You can do more little points. I like dots, so I always think they are super pretty and they give some sort of, depending if it's on wet technique, they will sink into the icing, but if the icing underneath is dry, then it adds some little 3D. It will stay on the icing, and I really like that. It. Maybe a few here at the top because that's supposed to look quite nice. That's where she would have like jewels and necklace and everything, so it's supposed to look super pretty. And I think that's it. So I'm going to tilt the camera again. So I really hope you've enjoyed this tutorial. Again, it's a very easy tutorial when we've got our lovely henna pattern. I kind of hope it really reminds you of a bridal pattern. I would love to have that on my hand. Come on, it would look super cool. And we've got this little bridal sari here. That's really easy and cute, and you can have that as a treat for your customers, or you can well, obviously give it to your guests if you're getting married yourself. So yeah, I'm really happy to have been demonstrating that to you guys. Again, if you feel like you want to see more complicated designs, feel free to ask if you want the recipes of the roll icing, or if you want a recipe for eggless roll icing, if you want a recipe for the cookie dough, if you want the link of my sponsor and partner, Squire's Kitchen. If you want the template to be posted onto the website, feel free to ask. I can always post them out to you. And thank you so much for watching. I have written, because I don't know how to speak Hindi at all, so I've tried to Google that, but forgive me for my Indian because it is really bad, but I wanted to try still. So something like, thank you very much. Does that sound like Bohat Tanyavad? I'm not sure. Well, that's what I mean anyway. Thank you very much. And Alveda. Bye-bye. So thank you for having me here. It was a pleasure. Thank you, India. And I hope to be coming to your amazing country someday. It is mesmerizing. My mom is from Mauritius Island, and she's got Indian origins, and I've been growing up with all this in my culture as well. So yeah, I'm really excited to be part of this amazing India Bake Show. And thank you so much for watching. Bye bye. Have a lovely day. Alveda.
Hello friends, this is Chef Smita Dugar from the Food Boutique. Today we are making Duke's Gourmet Bars. To make these gourmet bars, we are using a variety of Duke's compounds. Duke's range of compounds include Duke's Dark Compound, Duke's Milk Compound and Duke's White Compound. It also includes Duke's colored and flavored compounds. Duke compounds have a good viscosity, stability, fluidity and workability with a good shine. These can be used to make a variety of cake garnishes, molded pralines, bars and for coating and enrobing. They are also ideal for making ganaches, glazes and dips. Along with the Duke's range of compounds, Duke's has an excellent range of flavored toppings and decoration. We have the butterscotch bits, biscuit bits, brownie bits, chocolate coated crispies and chocolate coated Rice Krispies. Duke's also has the chocolate pebbles, choco beans, sweetheart mini choco chips, sweetheart gems and colored Rice Krispies. The Duke's vermicelli range includes Fantasy Vermicelli, which has 5 colors, and chocolate vermicelli. We have melted the dark compound in a double boiler, and similarly you should melt all the compounds you want to make the Duke's Gourmet Bars. We have taken these acrylic molds to make our Duke's Gourmet Bars. Let me start by pouring the Duke's melted dark compound. We have poured the Duke's melted compounds into the molds. We have our Duke's topping and decoration, and now let us run our imagination wild and use all these toppings to make the wonderful Duke's Gourmet Bars. We had kept the molds in the fridge for half an hour, and now we have taken them out and demolded the Duke's Gourmet Bars. These are looking so nice. These gourmet bars have been made by using Duke's compounds and decorations and toppings. I have given my special take on them, but you can totally give your own twist and make these wonderful bars.
nor cake and food decorating equipments. Stand out in the world of cake and chocolate art. Manufacturers and dealers of bakery and confectionery cake and food decorating equipments, tools and accessories. With over 60 years of experience in manufacturing, we have moved to retailing too. Manufacturers of more than 75 different patterns of various nozzles. Knorr icing nozzles are made from high-quality SS304 with collar rings or beading. They are manufactured with the utmost precision so as to give any decoration the clear outline of pattern which makes it into a work of distinction. Our newly renovated showroom is bursting with cake decorating tools, baking equipments and more, well equipped with just about everything you can imagine for making, baking and decorating cakes and food products.
Every house needs a strong foundation. I've teamed up with my former college tutor, Cecilia Young, to bring you over 25 years worth of knowledge and experience packed into this fantastic programme. Within these 8 individually assessed modules, we've covered the fundamental building blocks required to take your cake decorating skills to the next level. And that's not all. Each programme is accredited by FDQ, a leading UK organisation for the food industry. We look forward to welcoming you on the Cakeflix Master Programme.
बचपन के पिटारे में बंद हैं कई एहसास। नानी की कहानियां, दादी का दुलार, मम्मी की डांट और पापा का निसार। आओ इसे खोलते हैं, बचपन से मिलकर आते हैं। आम के पेड़ से गिरते हैं, अमरूद कुछ चुराते हैं, धूप में रखे मर्तबान में से मम्मी का लाड चुराते हैं। दादी के डाले हुए अचार को पूड़ी पे सजाते हैं, खिचड़ी और घी में नानी वाली महक मिलाते हैं। बचपन के उन चटकारों को फिर से ढूंढ लाते हैं। आओ इसे खोलते हैं, बचपन से मिलकर आते हैं। मर्तबान पिकल्स, मां के हाथ सा, Now available at all leading stores near you. Also available on Amazon.
Recently, I found out a new platform, the Home Bakers platform. They've started hosting online classes by different tutors, and so if you're looking out for online classes, then definitely go on that platform and choose your topic or the class that you're looking for. If you're a tutor, you can definitely go and register your class over there for a wider audience. So do check out the platform. It's seamless and it's amazing.
Hope you all enjoyed the last session. There's so much more coming up, so I'm sure it's going to be very informative day. So next up we have India's one of the topmost cake artists, a leading pastry chef, an entrepreneur and the owner of Incredible Art Artisan Cake Boutique in Kochi. She is the one and only Rumana Jasil. She's a self-taught artist and began her career as a registered dietitian. Her passion for baking and pastry began since her school days when she was in her grade 8. Also, Rumana is a certified patissier and a chocolatier with immense passion and immense drive and immense knowledge. So I'm sure she's going to get the international standard bonbons, which she's extremely famous for, absolutely right in your home. So just stay tuned and learn the best from her.
Hello everybody, this is Rumana Jasil from Incredible Art, and I would like to thank homebakers.co.in for inviting me over to do a demo for you guys. And today's demo is going to be on chocolate bonbons. Very excited to do the demo for you guys. I'm sure you guys are going to love the whole thing. The entire series of making the bonbon has a lot of stages. We have to temper our chocolate, which is going to be pure chocolate, okay, following which we are going to make our ganache. Okay, we are also going to prepare our mold. We're going to color them. Okay, so I have 3 colors already prepared and kept ready ahead of time, which is cocoa butter. But the entire demo is going to be in such a way that, you know, I would do one product at a time. So we will start with ganache firstly. We're going to make a coffee ganache, and let's have a look at what ingredients we require to make the coffee ganache. So we have over here 160 grams of pure chocolate. Okay, this is 54% of pure chocolate. It doesn't matter what brand you take, okay, as long as it's 54%. Next we move over to cream. Cream is 160 grams. Okay, make sure that you take cream of a higher fat percentage. We also have butter. So butter is 20 grams. Make sure that it is soft. And we have a little bit of coffee decoction, which is what you could do is you could take instant coffee and mix it with a little bit of warm water to make it into a nice thick decoction. Okay, so it's more like a paste, but not less like an espresso. So firstly we're going to melt the chocolate. You could either melt it in the microwave or you could melt it in a double boiler. In case you're using the microwave, what you need to do is you need to put it into the microwave for every burst of 30 seconds. So you're going to take it out at every burst of 30 seconds and give it a stir with a spatula, okay, till the entire chocolate melts. If you're keeping it on a double boiler, then what you're going to do is make sure that the vessel that you're going to keep your chocolate on is going to be flush against the bottom vessel, making sure that the water is not touching the base of the top bowl, okay, that contains chocolate. So we are going to warm up the cream as well in the microwave. You could also use a saucepan, but if you're going to use a saucepan, I feel the quantity is a little too less, so you got to be a little extra careful when you are going to warm up the cream in the saucepan, okay, but I would recommend you to warm it up in the microwave. As far as the brand is concerned, you could use Amul fresh cream, okay, but there are other brands also which are available which are on the premium side. You could use them as well. We melted our chocolate, our cream is also ready, and I'm going to put the chocolate into a jug like this, liquid measuring jug. Pour the entire thing into the jug. Now why I am transferring this into a jug is so that we can blend the entire ganache into a nice smooth mixture, okay. For making chocolates, it's important for us to have a very smooth ganache. So I'm going to put in the cream as well now. So you don't have to boil the cream till it comes to a rolling boil. You just have to warm it up till it reaches, say, 80 degrees. But again, you don't have to check with the thermometer. It's not necessary. You just have to wait for the fumes or the steam to come up. We're going to bar mix the entire thing now. So you just have to take a stick blender. So we're done with bar mixing of the ganache. We're going to add soft butter into the ganache, but before that you make sure that the ganache has reached room temperature. So after blending the butter in, we're going to add the coffee decoction. So the ganache is now ready. Let me give you an introduction about the kind of mold that you need to make your bonbons. The best mold that you can use is something which is made out of polycarbonate. These are available in the market, so you have even the Chinese versions and the branded versions. I would suggest you guys to use the branded versions because it's a lot more durable, as in it's a one-time investment, but I think it's better that you get something which is branded. We're going to polish our molds first, so you need a cotton swab. And if you have isopropyl alcohol, you could use isopropyl alcohol to polish your molds before you color them. So we're going to take some onto a cotton swab, okay, and polish the molds. Each cavity has to be polished really well. We're done with polishing of our molds. We're moving over to coloring of cocoa butter. So we have 3 colors of cocoa butter over here. We have pink, white and blue. Now all these batches of cocoa butter has been colored with liposoluble colors. Liposoluble also means fat soluble, okay, and which is why, since cocoa butter is fat, that's the reason why we're using liposoluble colors. It's very important that you use liposoluble colors to color your cocoa butter. And the dosage that you need to give to your cocoa butter is maybe around 4 to 5%. So for every 100 grams of cocoa butter, you're going to take 4 to 5 grams of color. So now we're going to warm up the cocoa butter in the microwave, and after warming it up, we're going to cool down the cocoa butter to, say, around 30 degrees. We've melted our cocoa butter. Now what we need to do is we need to cool down the cocoa butter. Okay, so keep stirring it either with a spoon or keep rotating the bowl till it cools down to 30 degrees. So the cocoa butter has come down to room temperature, say around 30 degrees. Now we're going to start coloring the entire mold. There are different ways of coloring your mold. You can also use an airbrush if you want, okay, but if you're going to invest on an airbrush machine for beginners, it's going to be quite a lot of investment. So what I would suggest is, I think for beginners, I would teach you the swirl method. So what I would do is, I have put on a glove already, okay, and we're going to dip, I'm going to dip my index finger into one of the colors, and I'm going to angle the mold in such a way that I have the same stroke every time I would swirl on each of the cavities. Okay, so this is more of an abstract design, so it doesn't matter if there's a little bit of difference in each one of these cavities, as long as you get the swirl right. So once you are done with one color, you're going to wait for this entire batch to set. So once it sets, we're going to move on to the next color. Okay, we've been waiting for some time for the blue color that we have swirled to dry. This is completely dry now. We're going to start with the pink swirl. So we're going to do the same thing. Maybe make sure that you color it a little differently. Your stroke has to be kind of a little different from your last stroke, so that you cover the portion that is not covered to a certain extent. We waited enough for the pink layer to dry. Now we're going to start off with a white swirl, but make sure that when you swirl with the white, you're going to swirl all around. So go all around, okay. Continue till the end. So once you're done, you'll have to wait for the white layer also to dry completely before you give it a coat of chocolate. So wait for the entire thing to dry, and if you have a scraper, you're going to scrape the top, making sure that the cocoa butter that is resting on the top of your chocolate mold comes out. We're done with coloring of our mold. We are going to start with learning how to temper chocolate. We're going to use pure chocolate for this, and another name for it is known as a couverture chocolate. It doesn't matter what brand you guys will be using, but you should be, I know you guys are aware that there are 3 types of chocolates available. You have dark, you have milk, and you have white chocolate. So the chocolate would be available in the Cali form or would be available in the bar form, whichever form it is available in. It comes in packets, okay, by the manufacturers, and the thing about it is that when you get it when you open your packet, the chocolate that is already there inside it has been tempered, okay. That's why it is maintained in its shape in the form of a Cali or in the form of a bar. Now of course these chocolates will have to be melted down for you to make other products. So because you have to make other products, you're going to melt it entirely. Now there is one component inside this particular chocolate, that is cocoa butter, okay. When you're talking about pure chocolate, it is cocoa butter which actually needs to be tempered to the right crystal formation, and the crystal formation that we are looking for over here is beta crystal formation, okay. So it's important for us to agitate the chocolate to get it down to the a homogeneous mixture of the entire beetler crystal formation. There are different types of tempering which is used, tempering techniques which is used in the industry, but what I'm going to teach you over here is a seeding method that everybody at home can go through. So to show you the seeding technique, we have say around 500 grams of chocolate over here, which is dark chocolate, and we have around 30% of the 500, which is say 150 grams, approximately around 150 grams of chocolate. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to melt this 500 grams of chocolate in the microwave. You could either do it in the microwave or you can do it in a double boiler. So I've melted the chocolate, and the chocolate is at 45 degrees now. If you have a laser thermometer, just check on the temperature. If it has reached 45 degrees, don't go beyond 45 degrees because there are chances that you might scorch your chocolate. Okay, so 45 is the best temperature to which you can melt your chocolate. After which we're going to slowly start seeding in. We're going to slowly start seeding in the chocolate that is kept aside. A little at a time, make sure that the batches that you have put in has completely melted before you seed in the next. Once that batch that you have put in has melted, you can add some more and continue to mix. So what this is going to do is, this is going to drop down the temperature of the entire chocolate to the working temperature. The working temperature that you need to look for dark chocolate is 31 to 32 degrees. For milk chocolate, it's going to be between 29 and 30 degrees. And for white chocolate, it's going to be between 27 and 28 degrees. So we've done with the seeding. I've added almost 30% extra into it, and I've made sure that the temperature has come down to the working temperature, which is between 31 and 32. Now I'm going to dip a knife. This is just to check if the tempering of the chocolate has been done. So you might as well check or test for temper before you put the chocolate into the mold, because you don't want to take chances of the chocolate not setting. So you just dip a knife into the chocolate and wait for this chocolate to set. Okay, so the moment it sets, it means that the chocolate is well in temper. If it does not set, it means that the chocolate is not in temper. Now well tempered chocolate gives say around 4 qualities. You have a good gloss to your chocolate. The chocolate would not melt very easily. The chocolate retracts from the mold very soon. That is, if you put it into a mold, it contracts a bit while setting or crystallizing, and then you will be able to release it off the mold immediately. Okay, and also gives it a good snap. So these are the different characteristics or qualities that tempering gives the chocolate. So the knife that we had kept dipped in chocolate has already set. You see, the chocolate that we have dipped in has already set, which means to say that the chocolate is well in temper. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to start putting chocolate into the mold. So I already have the tempered chocolate over here. As I said before, it's going to be, the working temperature for dark chocolate is going to be between 31 and 32 degrees. Milk chocolate is going to be between 29 and 30 degrees, and for white chocolate the working temperature is going to be between 27 and 28 degrees. So I'll just put some more. Make sure that you have enough in your piping bag. Okay. This is the mold that we had already colored, and if I show you the bottom side, this is how it's going to look once the chocolate has been demolded. Okay, so we have, just keep the mold right in front of you, snip off the piping bag. Okay, and you're going to fill each and every mold quickly. Make sure that you are filling the entire cavity. Once you have filled your mold, you need to tap it really well. So this is only to clear all the air bubbles of the chocolate. So you get the air bubbles onto the surface of the chocolate and the air bubbles burst. So make sure that you tap it really well. And using a chocolate scraper, you're going to first scrape tap the entire mold so that you have the chocolate dripping down. Scrape the excess chocolate which is there underneath. Okay, and you're going to leave this to set. So once it is set, you can fill it with ganache. We're going to start filling the ganache into the chocolate mold. The chocolate has already set. Okay. So I have a piping bag out here. The ganache that we had prepared some time back. I'm going to pour this into the piping bag. Snip off the tip of the piping bag and fill ganache, leaving a little gap at the top. Now this gap is necessary for you to seal the entire chocolate with some more chocolate in the end. Okay, so you're going to fill it up, but not completely. Make sure you leave a gap of say around 2 mm to seal the entire bonbon later. So fill up the entire mold with the ganache that you had made ahead of time. You can leave this bonbon that you have filled with ganache maybe for a few hours so that the ganache sets. After filling ganache into the bonbon shells, we are going to seal the entire mold with chocolate again. So we have tempered chocolate over here, which we're going to fill inside a piping bag. And make sure you're going to cover the top of each cavity with enough chocolate . it a good tap. Take the scraper and then the chocolate that was sealed was kept in the refrigerator for say around 10 minutes. Do not keep it for a very long time, because if you keep it for a very long time, the water vapor is going to condense and there's going to be condensation on top of your chocolate. So I would suggest you to keep it for say around 10 to 15 minutes and then demold. So how would you make out if the chocolate has is ready to demold? Is when you look from the underside of the chocolate mold, you see a frosted look. Okay, so when you see the entire mold having a frosted look, it means that it is ready for you to demold the entire chocolate mold. Be careful while you pick them up, because you don't want your fingerprint to fall on. The minimal that you handle, the better.
Oh, what a lovely day it was, right? So much of learning, such beautiful concepts, such beautiful artists. So it's unfortunately the day to end of the India Virtual Bake Show. But the end is always good when you have something very beautiful to take back, right? And all of you are taking back home so much of knowledge, and I'm sure that is going to take your cakes to the next level. So we'll see you soon. Till then, stay safe, stay at home, love a lot, bake a lot, enjoy. Bye guys, take care.